Very good morning to everyone. I'm Akanksha Joshi, and on behalf of MergerWare, I'd like to welcome you all to the MergerWare M&A Summit 2022 EMEA and APAC in partnership with Mercer. The purpose of this summit is to challenge and inspire you by bringing together a plethora of new ideas and opportunities generated by panel discussions and networking opportunities. We aim to bring together thought leaders in the M&A space, present talks that are idea focused and cover a wide range of M&A topics in order to stimulate learning, inspiration, and meaningful conversations. So we have an amazing program lined up for you. We will begin with our keynote speech and then we will have four panel discussions of about 1 hour each on very interesting M&A topics. I'm sure that you all are really excited about all the amazing conversations that we are going to have today. I'd also like to inform you that following the event, the recorded version will be shared with all of our attendees. We would begin our event with a keynote address on M&A in Uncertain Times by Philippe Bouchet, board member MergerWare. Let me give you all a quick introduction about him. Philippe is an HEC MBA graduate and a PhD in mathematics and economics. He has a career of more than 30 years in both Fortune 500 global groups and SMEs, particularly in the energy business. Starting his career at Schlumberger, Philippe was based in Tokyo for almost 10 years for Orano and later Schneider Electric, for which he was in charge of Asia Pacific strategy and M&A. Philippe is currently based in Paris and acting CEO of a French SME in the transportation industry. So over to you, Philippe.
Yes, thank you very much, Akansha, for this presentation. Good morning to all. Good afternoon for those that are not in Europe and more in the East. I wanted to address in this keynote something that I think is an important to see the relationship between uncertainty and M&As. I will share my desk on that. The reason is, as Akansha mentioned, many years of experience, I could go through a number of crises, and I was usually impressed to see the resilience of the M&A activity to crisis. And in fact, and that would be my message today, the idea that I would like to convey, the idea that uncertainty, in a way, is a very positive word for the activity and for M&A. Uncertainty, I'm not saying the crisis, uncertainty is a strong incentive for innovation when you think about it. You need to explore new ways to anticipate what the scenario will be in the future. And that's the essence of business. That's also the essence of M&As, that is a way to accelerate the building capabilities for companies and helps you going into different strategies for development, getting faster in getting a particular capability or build a defense strategy. Of course, in no way I'm suggesting here that war is something that or crisis is a positive thing. That's absolutely not the message. We are talking of uncertainty, and we had a number of reasons to, in the recent 2, 3, 4, 5 years, 10 years, through very active elections times in different countries, the pandemic, the conflicts that are creating this incertitude. And that's a reaction to this incertitude and to those crises that as I see as something positive. What we are seeing at a higher level when we talk of crisis are, of course, this creation of incertitude on different things: resources, policy making, revenues, the capability of moving from one country to another, the management of people, that are exactly what we have been through in the recent years at a very high, with a very high pressure from what was happening. This also, and what we saw particularly during the pandemic, was that the uncertainty and the crisis are accelerating the cycles and changing priorities, therefore, for the companies. It's something that is well recognized, that the pandemic, for instance, accelerated digitization. And digitization is a powerful trend that now is shaping the entire business world. That's something to be anticipated. Obviously, crises are also an impact on future earnings and reevaluating assets and their sustainability. One interesting thing when we talk about uncertainty is that uncertainty is not something that is symmetrically shared. On the ground, the actors do not have the same level of information on the situation. It's obvious that a company having activities today in zones of combat or nearby have an immediate real-time information that others do not have. Another thing that is interesting when you go through and that's something that some of you have probably experienced, is that in times of crisis and uncertainty, you have a little bit less of availability from investors. And at the same time, the management and the operations have obviously more stressed. So I'm leaving a little bit of time for you to get the whole presentation. When we go into a little bit more of details, in terms of crisis and uncertainty, there is a common question, is that how are deals in terms of volumes and numbers evolving? Either a chance, does it increase, diminish? Is it more volumes or numbers that are changing? In fact, there is not one straight answer to that. We can see that in those graphs that the appetite for M&A is very strong, even in times of uncertainty. And we can see that when we conduct the numbers, we can see a little bit of peaks, but that's not something that is very, very strong. Literature would say that postponing is what actors, buyers, or sellers would be tempted to do by anticipating that targets' values are changing, or expecting that quiet times would be better times to negotiate. And obviously, the repricing of assets is something that is commonly happening in times of uncertainty. Now, at the contrary, you have other reasons to, at the contrary, accelerate your M&As and your pipes, either because you need to have quickly and build quickly a defensive strategy, or because sellers are more interested to sell and needs, in fact, to sell their assets. Another thing is that we are also seeing management pressured to get deals down, and the boards being less available to mitigate that. An interesting aspect is to see what happens in the relationship between vendors and buyers. I was saying that the information is not symmetrically shared, and the question is, who has better information? Information being the key in negotiation. That's will of course increase the power in doing negotiation of one of the party. Very often the vendor has obviously better information, which he can use if he wants to accelerate the sale, to build a strong forecast and financials that vendors will be much better positioned to do that. So if you are advising a vendor that's in the crisis or uncertainty wants to pursue the deal, you can maybe even leverage on getting this information, building with him this information for the buyers to be seduced and go in the proceed in the deal. The buyer on their side will be, of course, still revising its strategic intent. In most cases, it's something that will survive the incertitude, not necessarily the crisis, but the incertitude. Now, among the buyers too, you have an inequality in terms of information and incertitude. Certain buyers, very organized, or serial acquirers in corporate teams will have obviously information if they are looking at their market or growing or acquiring a target that is manufacturing the same type of products. They will get this information and will get information that is much more accurate than another player, an outsider that one would like to invest in this particular market and has to rely on second-hand information. So here again, if you are an advisor, you can help getting and building the bridge and the gap between the two buyers and vendors in terms of information. And that's probably one thing that is very important is in those times of incertitudes, good numbers, detailed numbers, clear and transparent exchange will be valued. I wanted to also in this exchange have a few words about the post-merger. So we are now and that's something that is very important. The success of the M&A relies on the execution and achievements during the post-merger, and particularly synergies, organizing the different teams together. That's something that is, of course, challenged during times of uncertainty and crisis, with a number of risks that you probably all know, but needs to balance between the emergencies coming from the crisis and uncertainty versus long-term transformation that have been planned in advance. We talked about the management of viability. That's something that is also important during can have an impact in a post-merger times, and that can disrupt a number of preparations. The way to address it is, of course, once again, to be back to basics, and that's where you can, in your teams, or if you are advising companies, to make sure that in advance, post-merger plans are prepared and agreed. It's not in the time of template that you can really change or modify. It's always much more difficult. You need to be in execution. You keep the plan and adjust if necessary, but get the merger plan pre-agreed much before the merger is executed. No compromise on the post-merger calendar. Make adjustment, but postponing is something that you have to make a choice, and I would recommend to make no compromise on the post-merger calendar, to be sure that when you go out of the uncertainty, then you will have done the job. That's something that is, of course, important. You can use more seamless digitization of M&A, and particularly I'm thinking this time during COVID, where unfortunately the situation is not totally cleared. We have here a good examples where digitization helps getting the things done and people together. I'm talking of due diligence, meeting the management team. It's very unlikely that an acquisition can be closed without meeting the management team, getting a feeling of the what people are. A face-to-face meeting is never replaced by an online meeting, but like what we are doing today, we can have something that already gives a good idea of what are the priorities and how people could work together. Well, that's something I wanted to finish on thanking you for attending these keynotes. And I think that 2002 will be a year where being in the M&A business will be a great place to be. So thank you, and over to you.
So thank you so much, Philippe, for the keynote address. This sure gave us the much needed insights on the overall impact the current crisis has had on M&A and how preparing well for the same can make a huge difference. We would now have a short break and would get back at 10 a.m. CET for our very first panel discussion on the increasing role of ESG and investor activism in M&A deals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We would begin with our very first panel discussion on the topic, the increasing role of ESG and investor activism in M&A deals. Karen Thomas Bland will be moderating the panel. Our guest speakers for this panel discussion are Chadha, Karl, Rego, and Neil Leppard. I would also like to mention that please feel free to share any questions that you may have in the Q&A box, and we will make sure to take them at the end of the session. So over to you, Karen.
Thank you, Akanksha. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I thought we'd start this session with a few intros from the panelists so you can get to know them, and then we'll go into a panel discussion. What I do want to do is make sure there's 10 minutes at least at the end for questions. So with that, Ange, can I ask you to introduce yourself first?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'll keep it brief. My name is Chadha. I run a company called Top Tier Impact Strategies. We're part of Top Tier Impact Group, which is a group consisting of 600 investors, entrepreneurs, and professionals, all in the ESG and impact space. And Top Tier Impact Strategies is a global ESG consultancy. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ange. Karl, over to you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Karl Rego. I'm a chairman, board advisor, and investor. I run a firm called London Executive Advisors, and we deliver growth and impact for companies. My background is I've spent my entire career in the impact space, first as a director and executive at Johnson & Johnson Medical Devices, then as an advisor to sustainability advisor to FTSE 100 and other global brands, and more recently as an impact investor, having deployed hundreds of millions of dollars worth of investment into impact plays.
Fantastic. Neil, over to you.
Thank you, Karen, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Neil Leppard. I'm a director in PwC's transaction services business, so I help people buy and sell companies. I've been doing that my entire career across a number of industry sectors, but in the last 18 months, I've been developing our response to ESG in deals, looking at how to bring the topic that is now, front of center of every business's mind to life in the deal environment. So the topic today is very much at the heart of what I do and hopefully help clients with, Karen.
Fantastic. So finally myself, so I'm Karen Thomas Bland. I run my own consulting business, 7 Transformation, doing transformation and M&A integration. Prior to that, I have a consulting background with KPMG, IBM, and others. I've done 50 deals now in total. Particular focus is on integration. And what I'm finding is ESG has kind of flipped from, what used to be kind of risk mitigation now to value creation. So really interested in this topic. I mean, I thought as a starter for 10, and I'm sure everyone in their mind has a definition of what is ESG, and certainly much out there, but I thought we'd get the panel just to perhaps reflect on that. So Neil, I'm going to turn to you first. You're at a cocktail party and someone says, Neil, what's ESG? What would you say?
Well, of course, there's the obvious answer about defining environmental, social, and governance. But actually, what I would say is it's really now at the heart of how businesses understand and assess and drive their impact on society. So I think, in a nutshell, that's the phrase I would use to explain to people what ESG is.
What about you, Karl? What's your take? What's your working definition?
Yes, I agree with Neil. I mean, basically, on the one hand, it's about a company's environmental, social, and governance practices, right? That's just defining the term. So in practice, for me, I think I agree with Neil in terms of looking at a company's impacts. I think it's basically, if we think about it, it's taking what I would say, taking a stakeholder view and a stewardship view, right? Or if you want to add that the classical people, it's about looking at a company's positive, let's say, looking at the overall impacts on people, planet, and prosperity.
Got it. No, makes good sense. Ange, perhaps I can ask you to answer that question.
I think, thanks, Karen. I think given we are a pure play, ESG pure play business, I will give a little bit more technical definition. So there is a big debate going on about materiality. So materiality is, what is material to your business, which is a very, very kind of well-known, concept in financial accounting, for example. So there is a debate about, does ESG mean the impact of those externalities, so-called negative externalities in economics, now impacting your business, or is it actually your impact on the wider society? So for me, it's both, actually, because if you are taking certain actions to reduce the impact on your business, you're inevitably going to help the planet and the people along the way. So it's both sides of the sort of coin, which European Union, talks about the double materiality issue.
And do you find, Ange, that the E gets more focused than the S and the G? Do you think they're equally weighted, or is it really all about the E? I
suppose, given the urgency of climate change and the loss of biodiversity in nature, E has taken a bit of a sort of front seat, which as a matter of fact, E would impact on your S and the G. So for very much, if you're looking at it from a kind of pure silo perspective, then you might say that. But if you're looking at it from a holistic view, it's very much joining the dots together. And I think S is as important. And you can see the G is very much the governance of the E and the S.
Yeah. That makes sense. And Ange, I think you were going to set the scene for us. I mean, we've got participants on from EMEA, we've got people on from across APAC. Maybe you could give us a bit of a feel of maybe the landscape, what's happening from a legislative perspective. Just set that scene, will you, for us? Where are we now, and where are we going?
Thanks, Karen. I'm about to throw some acronyms at you, but I will define them in a sort of a slow manner. So one thing I was going to make a point about also with the ESG is the long term in nature. So this goes beyond your 2 to 3 years planning horizon. We're looking at issues which are sort of 10, 15, 20 years ahead, how they're going to impact your free cash flows. So it's got that sort of relevance. From a regulatory perspective, as our attendees may know, that European Union has been taking lead in a lot of ways, but UK is sort of finally catching up. UK introduced, for example, mandatory climate disclosure for companies from April 2022 this year, which is next month. And initially it was very much on the public equities, but actually they are now also capturing private companies of certain size, certain balance sheet, and certain revenue, for example. And part of that, UK is also making, for example, transition to a net zero world mandatory by law. So first country to do so, actually. And then European Union has a current sort of quasi-regulatory thing. It's called NFRD, Non-Financial Reporting Directive, which was covering about 11,000 companies within the kind of ESG, from a factor of your anti-bribery, corruption, human rights, environmental issues. But the European Union is now rejigging that, and it's going to be called CSRD, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which is going to be introduced later this year, effective from 1st of January 2024. So the companies have full 2023 to work on this. And that will actually now cover 49,000 companies. So scope, and that's a lot of non-listed companies. Any company over 500 employees, a certain revenue is going to fall under that. So this is the kind of very fast-moving regulatory space, and you can see Singapore introducing now mandatory climate disclosures from next year, Hong Kong catching up, and China is very much aligning with the EU's CSRD. So regulatory landscape. The most consequential one is the IFRS, the International Financial Reporting Standard Foundation's ISSB, which is the International Sustainability Standards Board, which now has taken in pretty much the SASB, the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board based in the US, the Value Reporting Foundation, the CDSB, the Climate Disclosure Standards Board. So this is a good news for everybody, because it's kind of creating one global ESG standard. But because it's IFRS, it's going to be the most consequential, because anybody using the IFRS accounting, I believe, going to have to use these standards. And basically what we're saying is the ISSB is going to create a methodology for companies how to look at the ESG impacts. This is the financial materiality, and then link that back into the IFRS accounting standards. So this is, as I said, the most consequential for companies going forward, regardless in the public and private space. Thank you.
Fantastic. And maybe, Karl, Neil, I'll just ask you, is there anything else you would add to that landscape setting? Anything else that you think is particularly pertinent, or things coming down the line?
I think Anj may have touched on this, but in the US, the SEC has also pulled a task force together and is looking at their version, or kind of harmonizing and aligning. Potentially, we'll see how those regulations come through. But yeah, it seems that basically there's been a sea change. The only other point I would mention, just from a big picture perspective, in terms of why this matters for everyone, all the delegates, is there was a manager from one of these multi-billion dollar say green funds, and he had said, look, it used to be the case that in order to be sustainable, you first had to be profitable. Now there's been a sea change. In order to be profitable in the near to midterm, you now must be sustainable. And he said, look, there's no shortage. He was on Bloomberg News. He said, look, there's no shortage of capital. There's just a shortage of leaderships to deploy it into. So I think that's the challenge. The way that all firms come to grips with the sorts of regulations and requirements that Anj has mentioned. I think that's the gauntlet's been thrown down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just maybe, if I may, Karen, just briefly to add to that, I think, in terms of the landscape, I think that's a good setting, although it tends to feel very, there is so much happening. I think it's an area where I think many people, everyone playing in the space, feels overwhelmed at times. And obviously we do need, this increasing level of guidance to bring some degree of consistency to what's going on. But I think, going back to your point, Karl, actually that bit about leadership, ultimately, we haven't got the benefit of decades and centuries that's helped to define accounting as we know it today. We've got years, and actually I think what that does mean is that actually the leaders in this are, one, obviously hopefully going to see a benefit from leading, but two, actually I think organizations and individuals need to be the ones who are driving this change, recognizing that over time the reporting and the compliance is obviously going to be what they're going to need to respond to, but actually this is not one that I think people consider and say let's wait and see.
And just to simplify the narrative, right? Because I'm big on finding the simplifying the complex, and find the simplicity on the far side of complexity, because we can't jump there. But in practice, and Anj, I'd welcome your view on this, but DFT is reporting that Morningstar just cut 1,200 ESG funds from its listing because when they did a little bit of more due diligence, they realized actually they weren't aligned. And the North Star they were using was the 2015 Paris Accord, in terms of looking at science-based targets, and there's a lot of legal requirements behind that already at a country level. But what's happening with the Shell case and in other cases is that the lawyers are saying the precedent seems to be that while those Paris requirements are binding at a country level, a lot of the courts are saying, well, we're just going to cascade those through to individual companies when you go through the court. So that's what the direction of travel. So if you as a layperson wanted to, and Anj can give more updated sources on this, but that's kind of one North Star to look at. All those other acronyms and regulatory bodies and standards that Anj mentioned are really relevant in helping with all this. However, we just want to keep one thing in mind from an investment perspective, and in terms of what's going to be coming down the pike for companies, that's that they're going to need to adhere directionally to the same level of standards as the countries have already agreed to.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I want to take it now. That's fantastic in terms of scene setting and where we are with ESG. Let's now land it into an M&A context. So perhaps, Neil, I'll start with you. How do you see ESG and also investor activism playing a role in ESG, in sort of ESG with deals? What's happening in the deal landscape in terms of ESG?
Yeah, it's it's a fascinating time at the moment. We saw last year, a tick up during the course of 2021 in terms of people looking at ESG on deals. I wouldn't say it was every deal, but I would say whereas, probably in the previous 12 months, it was patchy. I think last year on most of the deals that we've got a line of sight to, there was at least some dialogue around it, if not, a real desire or need to really dig into the ESG topic. But I think what was happening last year was a lot of organizations, a lot of companies were trying to work out sort of what it meant to them, and therefore actually how should they think about it in a deal context. And I think you maybe don't get the full answer to your internal question first, but you need to be advanced to some degree before you then decide how you want to play in a deal context. So I think last year, certainly it was inherent, and we've seen deals where bidders have pulled out because of concerns over ESG, and certainly we had deals last year where sellers weren't as prepared as perhaps they needed to be, and bidders have come in, particularly with debt funding, where that's a key driver of M&A activity in terms of ESG. The sellers weren't ready. So I think last year was I'd almost call it a bit of a voyage of discovery for many people. What we're seeing now is a requirement to do something ESG is becoming much more common. I wouldn't say it's on every deal, and I think there are some deals where people say, I'm not sure I need it. But actually, I think people have realized two things. First of all, no one wants unexpected surprises. So actually starting to cover off this topic, particularly on the sell side, is important, because you can't create the past once you're close to negotiating a deal and a buyer puts a topic on the table that perhaps you haven't displayed before. But I think secondly, with all of this, we're seeing the ESG narrative being inherent in the deal story for many businesses. Some of the obvious ones that are maybe driving energy transition or circularity, but actually, some that you wouldn't anticipate have an inherent ESG perspective. People have realized that the business landscape is changing, and actually, you need that narrative sewn into your business plan and your view of the future. But actually, it brings a big opportunity as well. So, in a short way, that's kind of how I'm seeing it at the moment in the M&A world.
And Neil, just a follow-up question. In terms of the elements of the deal, so are you seeing it in like the deal scanning phase? Are you seeing it in due diligence? And also, are you seeing it in integration? Is it playing out across all three, or do you see it more weighted perhaps on the scanning?
So it is playing out on all three. I think, ESG scanning now is pretty much inherent in anyone's assessment of businesses to look at. I think in terms of integration, I think a lot of people are looking at this and saying some of it may not be inherent to should we do the deal, but there may be some ways in which we want to improve the business. So that thinking gets pushed into sort of day one ownership and integration. But I think increasingly in the diligence phase, people are going, and it's what diligence is about. You don't know what you don't know until you've lifted the cover. And I think the view in the past used to be one of lifting the cover and looking for risk and downside. Actually, the thing now is looking under the cover and thinking, well, how can I create value? How can I do something differently? How can I reconfigure how this business operates? And so, it may not be something here that people are using to, should we say, assess downside risk. What people are doing is using it to assess the prospects of the organization, and actually, how it may play into their offer price or their plans for the business. So in summary, it is across all three.
Got it. Karl, maybe let me bring you in there. Any builds on what Neil's just said?
Yeah, sure. So my perspective is I take Neil's point about some companies, if they're part of the green transition, there's an obvious play there. My view, I was advising companies like IBM, Coca-Cola, McKinsey, Unilever, in the board level on these things. And my argument is that ESG is core to every single business. Every single business operates in an environment. Every single business has employees, suppliers, different stakeholders, wider community, government, regulatory bodies, and the governance. I mean, governance at a headline level is about how you demonstrating control and also prudent and good decision making, amongst other things in a business. So every business needs to look at it anyway. Just a question of how elegant and how elegant of a way are they going to be on the front foot or the back foot when these questions come up. Yeah. So I've got an example in terms. So a headline principle is where I'm seeing it coming up is in when companies are looking at assessing the compatibility of, say, acquisition targets. They always look at the culture and the values. Well, the ESG practices is really one of the main ways you can see how and to what degree the company is really living its values. And if you have two companies, if the acquirer is looking to buy a target company and there's a big difference there in their ESG practices, then you have to look at the reputational and actual impacts of each company independently, and then the combined entities. So let me give you an example. So this is example's a couple years old, but it'll demonstrate the point. So Paul Polman tells a story in his book Net Positive about why he called it "Why Mayo Beat Ketchup," and basically it's when several years back when Unilever was a number of years into their sustainable living plan, which had targets such as doubling their revenues while reducing their environmental footprint and reaching 1 billion people and increasing their well-being. They were approached by Kraft Heinz, and they said sometimes a hostile takeover can be delivered with a smile. So the CEO of Kraft Heinz had just been bought out by a private equity player and Berkshire Hathaway, and it was Warren Buffett a couple years before. And under the new manager, Kraft Heinz had a reputation for being a shareholder prudent, like shareholder prominence. It's basically the shareholder first approach, short-term gains, that sort of thing, which worked well for investors historically. The Unilever investors, Unilever was thinking for the long term. They had stopped doing quarterly reporting. They were fully committed. They've been ranked as the top most sustainable company by GlobeScan for 10 years running. They were super committed to this, but it was a really attractive deal in the near term. So they had a bit of a crisis point there. So who came to their rescue? So if you look at just the numbers, it looked like an attractive deal. The shareholders may have taken it, but some of Unilever's former adversaries stepped to their defense. So Greenpeace, who had previously scaled their headquarters building to hold into account, and then unions who had also had trouble with them before, but they came to believe in Unilever's model and their approach over the years, and actually spoke out against this acquisition. And also some of the high-profile proponents of Unilever called Warren Buffett directly and tried to influence them to stand down. So in the end, the deal didn't go through.
Yeah.
There was another takeaway for Unilever, though, which was they need to do a bit more focus on short-term value creation to keep their investors happy. But that right there will show you how that deal was taken off the table because of incompatible business models and values.
Fantastic. No, brilliant examples. Ange, let me turn to you. Any thoughts to add in?
I've got a few. I mean, I was just like, so people say, well, ESG, if you look at ESG, so one thing I mentioned is this is medium to long term. When we're talking about E especially, these are not simple issues. We are talking about, physics, climate science, and other issues. So for that, for example, we work with climate scientists, biodiversity scientists, and other ones. So you could not possibly put a number on. And I think rating agencies are kind of attempting to put a number, to give you 66 out of 100, which is a sort of starting point, but it will never tell you a full story around what E, S, and the G means. For example, if you look at any retail company, actually most companies, apart from if you're producing, concrete and cement and other stuff, or some other manufacturing facilities, if you're a company which has you're a multinational business, you're a retail business, you're sourcing from various countries, over 90% of your ESG risks and opportunities are sitting in those countries outside your home country where the head office is. So it could be sometimes misleading to understand that we could look at a score and a brief narrative and ESG is done. Actually, this requires a much deeper analysis. And the reason for that is you might see this today when you're buying the company, very attractive for the next 3 to 5 years. But in sort of the 5 years after the next sort of decade, the value does not look that rosy perhaps, or the opportunities are being missed. So what I'm trying to say is that a longer term view with sort of science-based view needs to be taken for some of these ESG issues. And I've sort of mentioned, there is a lot of uncertainty here. So there is, even with the climate science, there's a lot of uncertainty. Unfortunately, it's not good uncertainty, it's bad uncertainty. So what I'm saying there is numbers don't always tell the story. You have to talk to the people in the business, do sort of a little bit more investigation, understand more sort of narrative-based approach to manage these issues. So there is not a simple sort of answer where you sort of, put a number in the computer and it spits out an output. It's not really like that. It's very much getting to, talk to the experts, getting the right people engaged in the business you're looking to buy, and getting a holistic view. So that's what I would add.
Fantastic. You've given me 2 separate thoughts there. So first one is around benchmarks and good practice. And I think, Karl, you mentioned obviously Unilever as perhaps one of those. But my question is, I guess, what does good look like? I guess not everyone is A+, as we've talked about before. How do people go and identify what best practice is? And are there particular companies that you've worked with where you think they're like a shining star in the market? Karl, I'm going to go on, Ange.
Sorry, I was just going to add, so is it for Karl? Sorry, I was going to just quickly add, so I've been working with in the kind of public equity space. So they've got a lot of focus, and there's a lot of data out there. So if you like, you can go to the company's websites and have a look. And there is a kind of pressure on companies to put a lot of detail. One resource I was going to tell you is a very interesting resource. There's a push for the open source data for public and private companies. It's called esgbook.com. It's a recent initiative backed by the UN, and many big institutional investors or other investors are kind of behind it. And actually, if you go into this esgbook.com, sign up for this, you probably see many companies you're perhaps interested in looking at already. They've got their details around ESG in a score. And what you will find on that platform is a lot of data and narrative. So this is the first sort of place where you can start seeing a good benchmark being an open source platform. It's not coming from a rating agency who's being paid to kind of review this. So there's no conflict there. It's open source data. Companies go on declare their data.
Fantastic. Karl, over to you.
Sure. So I suppose I can give headline principle and then some examples. I think what you want to look for is okay. I've been saying for years now, companies can no longer afford to not have a view on this. So back, I think it was the RBS group CEO was in front of Parliament, and he was asked, "What's the social purpose of your bank?" And he kind of stumbled to come up with an answer. That's not good enough anymore. So basically, every company now, every CEO now needs to have a view that fits in maybe 144 characters, some headline description of kind of what they're about, and I need to back that up. So when I look at companies, I always check and see what their stated purpose and mission is and how broadly is it in terms of the scope, in terms of what matters they're considering, and also the time horizon. That will give you a feel. So, these traditional Milton Friedman-esque sort of mission and purpose statements about just to deliver shareholder value. Okay, great. That's an outcome of your core business activities. What are your core business activities that are going to deliver that? Keep a customer, create some value there. So I look at that, and I also think, and conceptually, I used to do a lot of campaigning in this space, right? And so how does this play out for companies? Well, it's three statements I would say to keep in mind, right? The exam questions are, from an environment and climate change perspective, how does a business continue to grow? How does a company continue to grow its business in a world of finite resources, and how do they manage their climate impacts? It's not just climate, it's broader than that. Okay, but how do you do that, right? And then you want to ask them, how are you doing that? Okay. And then secondly, if you look at from the S perspective, that's looking at workplace and community, but basically looking there saying, how is this company creating a diverse, engaged, productive workforce that's fit for the future, right? And then from a looking at the community side, how is the company engaging with the wider stakeholder community to look for win-wins? And really, are they inviting those stakeholders into their decision-making process? This feeds into materiality, right? You can sit and do a desk exercise, materiality assessment, saying, what are the most material risks for us as a business? You think about it. But once you invite external stakeholders in, you have a completely different conversation. So if the companies are doing that, to have a more realistic view of what they need to be looking at, why it matters, and then you put a plan in place. So basically, the headline for me, I would always say to companies, you can't afford to not have looked at these matters. So for example, if it's D&I or climate change emissions, whatever, you need to look at it and then come up with, you may not be happy with what you see, but if you are, okay, great. But if you're not, you say, well, here's where we are. We're committed to doing X, Y, Z in this fashion. Here's what we're going to do about it. And then you disclose that. And that's basically what you do. So that's a bare minimum now. So what I would say in terms of world-class is not just looking at minimizing your negative impacts, actually looking at creating a restorative business model that's actually, rather than profiting by indirectly creating some problems in the world, in environment, social, you're actually solving some of those problems in an elegant way. And so just give one other example, if I may. So you may say, well, I've got Mark Carney's book here. I think he's great, right? He was former Bank of England governor. When he was at the Bank of England, he said, we're gonna assess how well we're doing. We're gonna assess the expected carbon temperature increase based on our portfolio. And they said, oh, actually, the net increase in carbon, the net increase in climate for our portfolio is 3 degrees. Well, we're not doing well enough. We need to rebalance that towards 2 and 1.5. So they actually were divesting and rebalancing their own portfolio. So there's nothing wrong in saying we haven't got it all covered, because frankly, nobody is 100% perpetually sustainable now, at least to my knowledge. So I'll pause there. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I just want to make a quickly point, a very good point Karl is making. So one of the things I think, Karen, you're asking is, how do we sort of assess the kind of good benchmarks? Yeah. So one of the things, in our experience is introducing sustainability, ESG sustainability actions will create what I call competing strategic priorities within the business. Because if you're trying to drive out certain like carbon emissions and everything, it requires change to your business model. There's no kind of easy fix. So one thing I always notice is where the governance of these issues is. So if the board and the senior management are part of this, they're incentivized to do something about it, that's a good sign that they're on a good path. If it's managed through a very kind of small department, couple of individuals, and ESG is sort of, as part of the marketing department. That's a different level of kind of focus. So governance of these issues is absolutely paramount.
Yeah.
I could go on, but I'll let Neil come in. I have other points I'll make.
Thank you. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff in here. Just another perspective made to add in. So I think everyone in the world, to be honest, is feeling overwhelmed with so many things at the moment. Obviously, we've got some, when I look through what we're going through at the moment, what other parts of Europe are going through, it's incredible what the last 2, 3, 4 years have thrown at us. And the world is finding ways to deal with it. It's not easy. But I think people are feeling overwhelmed. And I think, the topic of ESG is another one to put in the mix. I think people are worried that they need to have the answer to everything and they need a benchmark or a here's where we need to get to. And the point is, as what you've already heard, actually what you don't have is here's the 5 numbers you should be measured against, and this will give you best in class, and that's where you should be. It's a case of there's a lot of data out there, as we've heard. There's a lot of narrative out there, but organizations, I think, have got to take that and reflect on it for their purpose. So I don't think this is about necessarily trying to say, well, I feel I compete with company B and C. I think it's about where do we feel we want to take it. And we are now reshaping industries. So actually that competitive landscape is not the one that it perhaps was even 6 months ago. That's going to change rapidly. And one of the other things, and Karl, you used a really good phrase around external stakeholders. Stakeholders is, I think, perhaps the key part of this, both external and internal. There's a lot of business that has grown up with, disciplinary functions who work out how to do something and tell you what to do. Actually, this is now, across businesses, across countries, across the world. And so actually it's companies finding a way to go, not just how do I measure something relative to a small number of metrics, but actually how do I really permeate it through? And I think that goes to the heart of your point, Ange, around if it's driven by the C-suite, they've got clear metrics. Of course, that's got a cascade and that gets more complex as you move down. But that has to be the way in which I think you've got that support at the right level to drive that change.
And just on the benchmarking point, if I may, so I used to run a benchmark for ESG. It was published in the Financial Times. We had a lot of listed companies in there, and we assessed companies along 3 dimensions. We looked at their strategy, management, and impact in this space. And we would ask them to bring receipts, right? We would look at board meeting minutes and say, okay, how often is the company thinking about discussing these sorts of ESG risks at board level rather than in just some subcommittee? Who owns it, as Anj said before? Is the strategy looking at how the company can potentially leapfrog competitors, or is it more playing defense and saying how are we going to fight off attacks and things like that? From a management perspective, everyone talks about proverbially what gets measured gets managed. So what are they measuring? What metrics do they have in place? Because companies have been at this for a while now. So if a company is just starting out, let's say, I have an example for kind of a health and wellness metric. So this comes from Mars, but we used to campaign on health and well-being and getting companies to publicly disclose that. But if you're just rolling out a new campaign as a company, you say, well, you can start with awareness metrics. How many people know? How many employees know that we have this program? And then you start with participation metrics. What's the uptake? And then you look at the impact. What's the body mass index? And if they have an exercise program or something like that, that's a way you can roll that out over multiple years and actually see how you're doing and have demonstrated improvement. Which is the other point. When you get to impact, well, we would benchmark companies. We'd say we want to see 3 years of performance improvement in, let's say, carbon emissions reductions, and we want to look at maybe absolute rather than relative. We want to look at your outcome targets, so you're reducing carbon. Then we want to know do you have process targets that says how we're going to do that. We're going to get our buildings green certified. We're going to switch to more renewables. How are we actually doing that? The process will let you stay on track rather than just setting a big target for 5 or 10, 20 years out past your CEO's tenure, and they just hand it over to someone else. So that's some of the things. So, but you can't fake that to the point I think you said, Neil. When you get to the M&A to the DD discussion, you either have the receipts or you don't. And so I would encourage companies to start putting those metrics in place and be clear on why they're choosing the metrics they are. It's not about compliance per se. I'd say it's about going beyond compliance and performance, because that will differentiate you from the perspective of capturing opportunities, probably cost saving, and also give you a bit of protection in theory from future litigation.
So one thing I was going to add is, when talking about benchmarks, so there are now specific, initiatives like SBTI, Science-Based Targets Initiative. I'm talking about specifically E, and this has become like a gold standard. So many companies will use that, and that's a good thing for investors or people looking to buy companies, because that gives you a external, qualified view of where the company is. So that's sort of, like a gold stamp you're getting. to kind of set you kind of thing. Secondly, I was going to make a quick point about, I was reading that this recruitment business said last year, UK companies created 35,000 ESG jobs. And this is in the middle of the pandemic, you see. So, well, you might say, well, actually, this company has an ESG person, but we don't have that much skills out there. ESG and G, as we said, they're very diverse issues. E is very complex, it's kind of scientific based. So when you're looking at that, and like kind of Neil is saying, it's if you're looking for value creation opportunities, one must look beyond just the kind of appointment of an ESG person or just having a kind of benchmark. It requires understanding the strategy, the governance, where the company is going. Are there any steps already taken towards that? So what it means is it requires a little bit more diligence than simply looking at a number.
So you, Ange, that's a perfect segue into my next question, which was about skill set. So if I put myself in the position, and I've been in this position of many people listening into this panel, they'll be responsible for, say, creating a deal team or pulling an integration team together. So from an ESG perspective, and I've been here, how do I think about skill sets that I need both in the deal team and the integration team to make sure I'm covered from an ESG perspective? Maybe Neil, why don't I go to you first? How do you at PwC think about that?
Yeah, very pertinent. So the way we've been operating is we've basically realised that in the past people have grown up with a small group of people or a team who can deliver a subject. This is not deliverable by one or a small number of people. So when we're trying to put together the right capabilities to support a client with a deal, we'll be looking at what are the areas. If you're looking at a materiality map for a company from ESG, what are the important areas? What capabilities do you need to cover those areas? To what extent may existing advisors or our client have the knowledge and the capabilities of doing that? And where are the gaps that you need to bring in, which might be either additional people, but it might simply be identifying knowledge gaps or areas. So, for instance, if I take things like take diversity and inclusion, a lot of the work that we're doing, if there is an HR work stream that's taking place, a lot of the diversity and inclusion work can be picked up by that team. And as ever now, that team has upskilled itself in terms of not just understanding the topic, but sort of getting behind the direction of travel. So I think it really does come down to that ultimately that materiality map and looking.
Oh, I think we've lost Neil mid flow. Maybe while we're getting Neil back, why don't I, Karl, get you to answer that question? So skill sets, what do you look for?
Oh, Neil's back. Did you want to just wrap up your comment there, Neil?
Sorry, I think just as I was finishing it, cut off. So really, what I was saying, it's almost like a gap analysis of a team capability that you go through and working out is it certain individuals that need to be brought in to cover something, or is it tapping into some specific knowledge or expertise that's needed to deliver on it. So I'll pause there for the second time.
Thank you, Neil. Karl, hand over to you. What will take?
Sure. In terms of how doing the DD due diligence and how we're running
it's about skill set, and I think skill set either in I could say I'm tasked tomorrow with building a deal team or I'm building an integration team, and I want to make sure ESG is well covered. How do I think about the skill sets in both of those teams? Who might I need to pull in to make sure we're well covered?
Sure. So I'm going to answer this kind of tangentially and say, you would ideally want someone who knows what impact or ESG, what impact means and what good looks like. So for example, in the impact investment space, there's been a 100x increase in assets under management in the last 8 years, but there's not been a corresponding 100-fold increase in the talent and people who know what good looks like. So there are people who have worked in special projects, so people like myself, maybe Anj and others who have actually been there at the coalface in the boardroom with these companies, and Barclays and others, when they were thinking through how do we do financial inclusion, when they're launching mobile banking, how do we make it more inclusive, what are the issues we're solving, and how can it be a competitive differentiator for us? So people who take that strategic view on it and who've seen it done well before. So there are a fair amount of people who have done, say, supply chain audits for H&M and other sorts of, I'd be looking to pull in talent from some of the sustainability leaders out there in the industry. So that, it's known that some of the leading retailers back in the day, Marks and Spencer used to be a leading one in their supply chain practices. Unilever is in FMCG. I would be looking to pull in talent, people who have experience from there, and not just for the deal teams. I'd also be looking when I'm assessing the strength of the management teams and from an exco and board level. I'd be looking to see what's the depth of expertise of that team in this space, because this is, if leadership is partly about taking people where they haven't gone before, right? And also strategy is about the fit between an organization and its environment. Well, all of these regulations in this landscape is changing radically. So you want, and as an investor, I always ask, is this team fit for purpose to deliver this business plan? Well, the new business plan includes all the stuff that Anj has mentioned, Neil's mentioning about, the green digital transition, all these requirements. What's their skill set? What's the skill set of the existing team to deliver that? And then from a due diligence team, I'd be looking to pull people in with those backgrounds, for example, because they've lived it and done it. And there's a huge difference, if I may say, from those who've done it on a hands-on level versus just reading benchmarks, which only goes so far. And Mark Carney's studies say the benchmarks the benchmarks disagree. So if you're looking at just a headline rating, they only correspond less than 50%, and sometimes only 20% correspondence between the E and S and G ratings for companies across benchmarking agencies. So actually needs someone who's been there and done it.
Got it. No, makes sense. So Ange, may I turn to you and also perhaps reflect for me on, it feels like in the environment space, at least, you're looking for people with quite specialist skills, perhaps also in some of the others as well. How do you marry together the skill set of the business and the sustainability? What's the optimum mix, and how do you make those skill sets work together?
Very, very interesting question indeed. Thank you. I think, so there is a business knowledge, very important. So if you don't understand the business side of things, how companies raise funds, how strategy is done in companies, how you operationalize things, how you incentivize, how the board works, and you simply understand the kind of very technical side of the E, that's not good enough either. So, for example, I'm talking from top-tier impact strategies perspective. We have people who understand business really well, but they carry obviously qualifications in sustainability, sustainable development, but they come from business background. They were MBAs and everything. But at the same time, that is not enough for us. We actually employ climate scientists. When we do climate risk assessments for companies and deals, we have a couple of climate scientists who work with us. Same thing with kind of the S issues. So we have people who understand human rights and supply chains. So we will, rein kind of the experts when it's kind of needed and giving kind of holistic view. Second point I'll make is one of the key challenges I find within the expertise is kind of having data in one place, the narrative and the quantitative. And this has been a challenge. So usually, as you know, Karen, is sitting in PowerPoints, spreadsheets. So if the board says to head of ESG, show me, what the metrics are, there's usually a scramble. And everybody's sort of trying to find the data. So one of the things we introduced quite recently is what we call an ESG 360 platform. So all the work we do, we give the senior stakeholders access to that platform, and they can actually see the data in real time, what's really happening. So it's kind of out of sight, out of mind issue from an expertise perspective. Third thing, and the last thing I would say is we've been running what we call the ESG governance workshops for boards and senior management. So appraise them of the nature of these issues, the risks and opportunities Neil was alluding to. These are longer than your 3-year planning horizons, and how they are likely to impact you. And what we specialize in kind of scenario planning expertise. So it's a kind of mixture of building our own expertise, getting the expertise externally. So it's like saying the expertise is finding where the experts are and how to get them in and then create that knowledge, which is useful for the deal you're looking at. So there's no point giving you a massive 3,000-page IPCC's report on climate science. It's actually distilling that to your context. And that's a skill I think it's going to develop. As you can see, it's quite a broad issue as Neil and Karl were talking about. So it's a journey.
Yeah,
I've got a couple of points I'll add, but
no, go.
Let me just.
Yeah,
go on, Karl.
All right, go ahead, Neil. I'll yield and then I'll come in a minute.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to make one point, and I think just to amplify your point there, Ange, one of the things we're seeing increasingly is it's not that people need a separate piece of ESG work. What people need is all of the ESG related information and reporting to be in one place. So when a CEO or an investment director says, okay, what are the main findings relating to ESG? They're sat there and they're digestible and they are deal relevant. It's not the laundry list of everything ESG. It is the deal points that the investment director needs to do. Clearly, someone then needs to make sure that everything's being covered off, but that can be covered off by an HR team, a legal team, a financial team, but you need to pull that all together. So I'd amplify that point. And then just briefly, and then Karl, I'll hand over to you. I saw a question in the chat which relates into this about sort of who leads ESG within an organization during a deal. Actually, we've seen a mix of the investment team and an ESG team. But what we're finding is increasingly there's that recognition that it has to sit together. The ESG team may help to set out the topics I think need covering, but ultimately in any deal, you've kind of got one vision of what a deal is and what's important, and that needs to sit in within that central deal team. So I think what we're seeing now is ESG is being pulled into the heart of the deal, as opposed to being something that in the past has perhaps been two separate pieces. And I'll take a pause there, Karl, and hand over to you for your points.
Great. So yeah, just something we haven't really mentioned much about today is and when assessing the sophistication of a company and how prepared it is to take advantage of the opportunities and mitigate risks in this space is the central banks have published a number of different possible potential scenarios. And when we assess companies for how prepared they are, we can look and say, well, have they done some strategic thinking around at least a couple of those more likely scenarios which have been published out there by the central banks, for example, and ONG specializes in this. The other point I would mention in terms of what I've seen as the essential skill set in this space is that this is about transformation, business transformation, right? So change and transformation. So I always say change is evolutionary, transformation can be revolutionary, okay? And there's something about, so if I'm looking at a company to see the degree to which they can integrate, let's say if they're doing a transaction and integrate as a company and have a cohesive culture and vision in this space, it's what are the design principles for the new organization? What's the sort of organizational culture and operating model that they want to have? And how skilled is that leadership team at guiding them through that? And that comes back to classic kind of transformation, right? In terms of recognizing that the leaders of the transformation will need to be the lightning rods, and recognizing really that change is hard, and psychologically the ego cannot tell the difference between transformation and annihilation, which is why some of this stuff freaks people out. And so so be supportive, be there for them, right? And just recognize that's going to be part of the response and reaction to some of this. But those sorts of skills, and really a lot of it is about, I would say, the authenticity and the leadership team really needing to embody the values of the new organization, particularly in this space. So, for example, I'll give one little example. National Air Traffic Safety in the UK, air traffic controllers for lots of Northern Europe, they were my clients for a while, and they invited, I hope they don't mind me sharing this example, several years back, they invited their exco together to have a discussion about their sustainability practices and performance. And they gave every executive a little envelope in the middle of the meeting, and they asked them to open it up. And in the envelope was a little paper footprint proportionate to the size of based on the mode of transport that each exec had taken. They gave them a little footprint. So said, oh, someone took a big guzzling plane here, so they had a big, huge footprint, and the other ones had little tiny little footprints there. And that was a way to get a conversation started there. But so that sort of thing is kind of how you can engage people and actually hold them accountable, and be willing to have that discussion at the board level and call people out on it. Self-reinforcing, high-performing teams and cultures are self-reinforcing in the positive sense. I'll pause there, but those are some of the things I'd like to see.
I'll make just one last comment here. Is what I've sort of come across is the work with the senior management team. It's impacting every part of business. So this is not as I think Neil was saying before, it's not sitting in the ESG team itself or sustainability team. It will affect the finance department because they're going to have to write the checks here. It affects the businesses because they need to go and exploit these opportunities and mitigate the risks. It will impact the kind of risk issues. So the people, when we work with, although we have, say, one stakeholder we deal with, we actually have 6-7 different stakeholders at a kind of governance, corporate level, who will make the ESG happen. So this is not a one sort of department issue. It cuts across the business itself.
Fantastic. So one last final question, believe it or not, with 3 more minutes before we turn over to questions. So anyone listening, please be thinking about your questions, but I'll ask the final one of the panelists. So thinking about perhaps what's the one or two recommendations that you'd have for attendees today who are practically thinking about, how do I manage ESG? How do I think about investor activism in the deals that they've got going in? A quick fire round, kind of 30 seconds, a minute each. Neil, I'm going to start with you. Give us your 2 penneth of advice.
Yeah, so 2 things, I think. One is make sure this topic gets to the heart of the deal. It's not on the outside. And the second one, I think, is make sure that all relevant stakeholders are consulted and involved to the extent needed. They're my 2 points.
Fantastic. Ange, I'm going to turn to you next. What's your advice for people attending today?
I think somebody I was listening to, the good thing would be if you're looking to buy a company, you look at, is that company making money by being part of the problem? Or is this company is going to be part of the solution for providing solution to the world problems we're going to be facing? So that's where I think the alpha will be sitting for you.
Fantastic.
I think from a pragmatic, practical perspective, what I used to always love to do was meet the senior teams, meet the CEOs and or the leadership teams, and ask them these sorts of questions about what is the purpose of their business? How is it making the world a better place? How are they serving their broader stakeholders in addition to shareholders? Because in the long term, that's how businesses remain viable. And then ask them the questions and then listen to see how fluently they describe it. So have they got the answer down to 144 character, really 50, we own this? And then the follow-up questions. Okay, great. And tell me a bit about how you do that. How are you doing that? Show me some receipts. How long have you been doing it? And what sort of results have you been getting over the last 3-5 years in this space? Or did you just wake up in the last 3 months and realize, oh shoot, we got to do something about this? And that's okay if that's where you are, but that's how you can separate the wheat from the chaff.
Fantastic. And I suppose I lied. There is one final question. I mean, you guys have referenced, I think, great resources. I think it'd be wonderful if we could just pull together those resources. So for people listening in who want to find out more, just what are those go-to places for ESG? We don't necessarily need to run through those now. And I know you've mentioned some fantastic ones, but I think it'd be nice to have just a bit of a resource library of, I want to find out more, can we do this? But with that, I will turn over to questions from attendees. So what questions do we have? Now, maybe I'm not looking at the questions in the chat. And Neil, you obviously were. Any questions we can pick up in the chat?
There is, and there's a good question you just asked. Questions come in saying, would you analyse or investigate the target company's suppliers' ESG? Oh, thank you. That's great. So, and this was the point I was going to try and make during the talk, but as ever, I think there's so much to talk about here that I didn't want to try and add something else in. But I think what we are finding increasingly now is actually sustainable supply chains and reconfiguration of supply chains is probably going to be one of the big themes that I think is going to develop over the next few years. And again, I think it comes both from I was going to call it a compliance perspective, but actually, does the supply chain operate in a way that the target company should have them operating alongside it, and will it be able to meet the requirements going forward? So, what we haven't touched on today is Scope 3 emissions, but I think that's one of the big elephants in the room in terms of the amount of work that's going to be needed by companies to capture and report on that information, and that very much has an impact on the supply chain. So we would look at it during the DD, but again, if I bring it back to a value creation lens, actually reconfiguration of supply chains is probably one of the large opportunities. One of the deals we've done earlier this year had a business which the target company recognized that its existing supply chain probably wasn't going to meet the characteristics that would be required going forward. But as we were debating this with them, and we looked at things like circularity of their product as it's meets the end of its useful life for someone, but actually can be recycled, you can create a whole different way in which your supply chain operates. You can put in place improved information to understand what you're procuring from where, how it's being used, and how you then get it returned. So again, it comes back to a big value creation opportunity. So in simple terms, yes, during DD, you obviously want to ensure you're not investing in someone who's got a supply chain problem, but actually you put this into part of your value creation bucket.
Yeah.
Thanks, Neil. I was going to quickly add is this is the kind of work, Karen, we do a lot with supply chains, and the reason Neil is going to highlight is I'm just looking at about 80% of total emissions for most business sectors are sitting in Scope 3. So we did. So how do you sort of start with even with a due diligence? Because many companies will have many supply chains around the world. So one of the things we've done for companies is we do an estimation exercise. We have what we call input-output model, where we can actually map at a high level which suppliers are creating most emissions. So you find usually 80-20 rule here. So we find for this company we worked with recently that top 25 of their suppliers have nearly 70% of their kind of emissions in the supply chain, and most companies actually have not spoken to their suppliers about that. So there is a massive data collection exercise needs to be done. I'm not sure whether it's possible at the due diligence stage, but that's something you would look for, that the company is intending to do so, because unless, as Neil said, if you don't tackle scope 3 in the supply chains, which also have physical risks of climate change, by the way, especially in Indonesia, Thailand and other places, you're literally sort of flying blind in that sort of form. I use that word. So it's very important that if you're looking at I'm looking at automotive, retail, apparel, consumer goods, chemicals, fertilizer, packaging, these companies, most of them, 80% of the risks and opportunities are sitting in that kind of scope 3 supply chain.
I think just to add to that, if we have other questions, but I think looking at the S and the G as well, I think it's important to just look at the risk profile. So certain regions and certain countries are deemed higher risk depending on labor practices, governance practices, bribery, corruption, things like that. So looking at the E, S, and G in the round, I would say just a quick materiality assessment. I'd say, well, where are the suppliers located? And then based on that, you'll get a rough sense. I mean, if they're all in the UK, for example, or if they're all in certain countries that have a better reputation top level, many of them probably wouldn't be, but that'll give you a sense of where you're more likely to find some other challenges, where there may be differences in requirements and regulations.
Fantastic. I'd like to get in with 5 more minutes. I'd love to get in 2 more questions.
There's another question in the panel here. Sorry, Karen, there's one more question in the chat as well.
Can we put that question on the screen? Fantastic. So what are your recommendations for today's technology startup to keep ESG on their strategic priority roadmap? Karl, I'm going to get you to...
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, so I'm on the screening committee for the Harvard Business Angels. We see so many startup pitches every year. And basically, I mean, a lot of the startups we see are squarely in the ESG space. So they're helping people track what they call ethical spending, what's, based on all their individual bank spending, lots of other kind of sustainable finance plays, embedded finance, so embedded lending. So if Deliveroo wants to support some of their restaurant partners with funding, they can do that. And then basically from that perspective, you could also see, look at what the performance is of those other suppliers to determine the creditworthiness and or cost of capital. But absolutely, I mean, I think, look, it's what I said before, investors are all over this now, particularly for early stage companies. I've seen a lot of businesses attract so much attention just because they're focused in this area. So I think it's a bit of kind of like blockchain was before and other kind of hot areas. If companies are looking at it, investors want to do it. So there's a huge opportunity there. I think if you're enabling other businesses, if you're a startup that's either a standalone business or a feature for another business in this space, I think those are both plays you could do. So if you're helping track the spend, you may get acquired by a bank or somewhere else. And or if you're in the green space, for example, if you're helping with the green transition or clean tech, then it's obvious that they're doing it. But I think from a perspective of the likely impact on their cost of capital and attracting this to investors, they'll need to keep it on the roadmap. And then, frankly, bring the investors in and find out what they're looking for, what they want to see from you, and then also what the other stakeholders want to see, and fold that into the product design.
Fantastic. I'm going to jump to another question so we get through more. So who leads ESG within an organization during M&A? Neil, I'm going to put that one to you. Oh, I see we've got let's do that one and then we'll come to the one on the screen. So who leads ESG within an organization during an M&A deal?
Yeah, so I think, I mean, in the past, I think it has tended to be led by someone who had, ESG as their responsibility. But I think now, as we were touched on earlier, we're seeing this get really combined in with the core of the investment team. So I think, whether it's the person responsible for ESG within the private equity fund or the corporate, they will clearly have a say as to what they feel needs to be covered off. But ultimately, I think it's got to be, run with and led as part of the core investment team.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So just scrolling through the questions, let's do the one from Phil on independent micro e-commerce. So questions up, is ESG directed at them or the supply chains for products based on the size of the market, would that affect investor values? And I'm going to get you to pick that one.
So it's the independent micro e-commerce brands is directed at all the supply chains for the products. But I think, what is sort of ESG? We've been kind of defining it. So ESG is where the action is happening. So where you're sourcing from, where they are made, how they are made, what are the impact on the business of that being made overseas. So the answer would be yes. I mean, would it affect the investor values? Of course it would, because this is what we're saying. So some of these issues are medium to long term. You might not see the impact straight away, but actually, depending on your time horizon of the deals, within the next 5-10 years, there's going to be various impacts according to climate science, for example. So the more information you have on these things, which go beyond the rating, would be better to kind of look at the investor value from that perspective.
Fantastic. So we have done the questions. I know everyone on the panel would be more than happy to pick up questions offline. So please do contact them. I've learned an enormous amount based on that session, and I hope you have too. So Kanksha, back over to you.
So that was an amazing discussion. Thank you so much, Karen, for moderating the panel. Also, a big thank you to our panelists for this fruitful discussion. We would now have a short break, and we would get back at 11:15 a.m. CET for a second round of panel discussion on the topic, cybersecurity and data privacy considerations in M&A deal making. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We would now begin with our second panel discussion on the hot topic, cybersecurity and data privacy considerations in M&A deal making. Joe Meneses will be moderating the panel. Our guest speakers for this panel discussion are Hannah Morgans, Catherine Robbins, Mario Jesus, and Veronica Scott. I would also like to mention that please feel free to share any questions that you may have in the Q&A box, and we will make sure to take them at the end of the session. Over to you, Joe.
Thank you, Akansha. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone on the call, and welcome to the second panel, Cybersecurity and Data Privacy in M&A. My name is Joe Meneses. I'm a partner in KPMG, and for KPMG Australia, I lead our IT deals services practice. For those who know, KPMG is a global network, and we have over 150 IT deals specialists that conduct IT and cyber due diligence in M&A, IT separation and integration, 100-day planning, and we support IMOs and SMOs all throughout the execution. And I'm very honored to be hosting this panel of amazing human beings, largely from Australia, but who have worked overseas and internationally, and I'm about to introduce you to each of them. But just to get us going, and knowing how some of the terms in cyber can be quite complicated and confusing, threat vectors, threats, actors, I thought it might be useful as each individual panelist introduces themselves to speak about one of their favorite terms and explain it to you. So your first panelist. Today you've got Cathy Robbins. Cathy has over 20 years experience in both managing cybersecurity in organizations as complex as NAB and ANZ, which are two of Australia's big four banks, as well as Telstra, the largest telecommunications provider in Australia, as well as having years of consulting in PwC, Deloitte, and KPMG. And now Cathy joins us as the lead for IBM Security Services Practice for Australia, Southeast Asia, New Zealand, and Korea. Cathy?
Thanks, Joe. My favourite term is phishing. Well, it's not one of my favourites because I love all the terms because it keeps me in business, all the cyber attacks. But phishing is a social engineering attack that targets users via email. and it masquerades as legitimate emails from companies, so that usually it looks legitimate enough that a user will click on something, and then that will lead to malware download or some sort of compromise. So that's phishing.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next panelist is Veronica Scott. And Veronica is a legal professional having practiced law in both the UK and Australia. She's worked for the likes of Mishcon de Reya, Crocker's Oswald Hickson, Allen's Arthur Robinson, and Minters Ellison. Veronica currently leads KPMG Law's privacy and data protection practice and has a focus specifically on digital tech, cyber, media, and regulatory issues. Now, Veronica, for you, just given your specialty, I was hoping you'd give me a term in data privacy that will be relevant for this panel.
Sure, no problem, Jo. There's plenty of them, and thanks very much. It's great to be here. I thought I'd go with one of the most obvious ones, which is data breach, because it has a whole range of different connotations: cyber incident, data breach. But I think the most important thing is to think about when data breaches are notifiable, or suspected data breaches are notifiable from a legal perspective, because certainly in M&A deals, what you want to do is, obviously there's lots of common incidents that happen every day, but those ones that are the headline ones that really identify the risks that you need to be thinking about in M&A are those data breaches that have been potentially notifiable or become notifiable and have been reported to a regulator because there's been unauthorized access or disclosure of personal information, and we can unpack some of that later.
Perfect. Thank you, Veronica. You've left us a teaser for one of those questions. Awesome. Next in our panel is Hannah Morgans. Hannah is laser focused in the cyber insurance market, where she is the cyber growth leader for the Pacific region at Marsh, who is a global leader in insurance broking and risk advising. Hannah has strong market intel and extensive experience in cyber insurance, having worked in London, the US, and Australia. I'm really looking forward to hearing your take on the cybersecurity and M&A. So Hannah, over to you, your favorite cybersecurity term.
Thanks, Jo, and thank you everyone for having me on the panel today. For me, it is ransomware. I think ransomware is probably one of the most prominent cyber attacks that has affected industries and definitely the insurance industry. Ransomware is a malicious software which is basically designed to block access to computer systems until a certain amount of money has been paid to that threat actor. And what we've really seen from an insurance perspective, which we'll dive into later, is the effect that that's had on the industry.
Thank you, Hannah. And last but not least, Maria Jesus Casado de Almeida Martinez, or MJ, as we fondly refer to her. So MJ has been monitoring and analyzing cybersecurity activity for 10 years and is KPMG España's head of cybersecurity intelligence unit. Her team looks deep into publicly available online sources as well as on the dark web to understand the digital footprint of an organization. So Maria.
Thank you for having me, Jo. Well, my favorite term is zero-day attack. Obviously, sometimes there are computer systems and software that have a vulnerability. Sometimes it is known or sometimes it is unknown, but it is exploitable. And until the software manufacturer prepares a patch, this software is vulnerable. So in that period of time, a potential attacker could exploit that vulnerability and perform a successful cyber attack. So that is basically a zero-day attack.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So we might get started on some of the panel questions. Again, a reminder to drop in any questions in the Q&A chat on the platform. But this first question is for Kathy, or to start anyway. So this question is about, just given the current cybersecurity activity that we're seeing, can you maybe share what you're seeing in the market, how that's specifically relating to M&A, like with some examples, and from that key risks that we need to manage during the M&A around cybersecurity?
So with some of the things that we've touched on already, so phishing, ransomware, patch management, we find that in the market that some of the cyber attacks that we're seeing, some of them are not getting the basics right. And in an Australian market, there is the Australian Signals Directorate or the Australian Cybersecurity Centre's Essential 8, so which covers multi-factor authentication, making sure that your environment is patched, and the top 8 practices to sort of get a baseline or the essentials right. And we do find that a lot of vulnerability and a lot of cybersecurity attack aren't sophisticated attacks. It's because the basics haven't been done right. And then the other side to that is we are seeing compromise and then ransomware attack on the back of it. So what we find and where that can play out and impact an M&A is where a due diligence hasn't included cybersecurity. And I've seen at the other end where an organisation has acquired a company without doing a cyber due diligence and has acquired a company with a very poor cybersecurity baseline, and then they have been compromised shortly after acquisition. And then it's on the acquiring company's responsibility to remediate with the brand and reputational loss and damage, where clearly the poor practices were already inherent before the purchase. So, there are a couple of sneaky things that could lead to if you did do the M&A at the start that included a cybersecurity due diligence. It could help you get a remediation plan, whether that is in the first 100 days. It could lower a price. It could impact, whether it is a sale, depending on what you discovered. So we do see that there is a significant impact to some organisations if they have purchased without a due diligence. And then more broadly, when we're looking at organisational rigour, risk appetite, risk management, it doesn't matter whether you're about to be, go through a merger and acquisition. That rigour of getting the basics right is actually very, very important. And then, we can start adding added controls, added things on top of that to sort of limit and mitigate the risk of compromise. But that's the biggest impact to M&A, is that lack of due diligence at the start to find out what the cybersecurity posture is of your acquisition target, and to see whether there are any strange things, potential things that will come up post purchase that will be a significant issue and quite a costly and reputational impacting one.
Yeah. And as part of what you're seeing in the market, maybe just a little follow-up question. Is there any particular industry you're seeing being targeted more broadly, or in M&A specifically?
More and more broadly, what we're seeing is manufacturing and industrial are being hit more regularly worldwide. What we've seen in the APAC region is definitely that, as well as a little bit more driven towards critical infrastructure, so transport, logistics, and energy. From a M&A perspective, we are seeing a slight increase in private equity being hit with more targeted phishing, spear phishing as well. But in general, it used to be financial services that were top the leaderboard every year. We're seeing a shift now into more of that industrial and manufacturing, and I think it centres a lot around the OT and IoT convergence with IT, because that can actually have quite a significant impact, and it's usually at a lower security posture where we refresh our IT environment pretty regularly. So most organisations are 3 years of IT refresh, but when you go to imagine you're a manufacturing plant, you're not refreshing that. You'd be lucky to refresh that every 10 to 20 years. So the OT infrastructure can be quite outdated, and then you're connecting that to the internet, or you're connecting it to the IT network that then is connected to the internet. So we're sort of seeing more opportunistic attack, and a much harder way, it's much more difficult for us as security professionals to be able to protect that environment as well. And we also have the complexity that a lot of the OT infrastructure that we're looking at in manufacturing and critical infrastructure is so, there's such a high availability and risk associated with it people don't want to touch it. So it's like, don't mess with the OT network. And so you're less likely to get a window to patch it, or the business to say okay to do anything that might knock that system out. So then you've got this horrible, this perfect storm of opportunity to be able to attack that environment, which is why we're definitely seeing the attackers target them, because it's low-hanging fruit and slightly easier pickings than some of the more agile, a lot more regulated industries that have to do cybersecurity as the default, like financial services and in the Australian market with CPS 234.
Yeah, especially just given the pandemic, everyone's really had to live online to stay connected, and organizations have had to consider changes to their business models to survive this period. And I think it's changed the world forever. So I think cybersecurity issues are going to be here to stay, and those insights were very helpful. I might bring in Veronica Scott now, just given the increase in cybersecurity attacks usually follows some sort of data privacy breach, and that with the regulations can attach millions, and we've seen hundreds of millions of dollars of fines possibly issued as a result of a data breach. So can you share examples, Veronica, in the market of potential examples that you've seen in the market and any potential data privacy implications that you have seen? Thanks.
Sure. Thanks very much, Jo. I guess it's a question of where to start and how long the list is, but thinking from an M&A perspective, and reflecting on your question about industry, and the pandemic, certainly health data, the health sector, and related industries are really seeing, because they're very heavily data driven, and because that data is so rich and so important for a lot of reasons, we're seeing a lot of, and also they're not as mature from a cybersecurity perspective, and they've the technology has accelerated, but they haven't again necessarily accelerated, and they take a very different approach, just like with the manufacturing industry, to how they sort of go about protecting, accessing their core data. So we certainly see that the health industry is pretty exposed. I think in terms of examples, we're seeing a lot from a ransomware perspective, and the way they happen can be a whole range of reasons. It might be human error, it might be a patch that wasn't updated, it might be somebody was even on holiday at the time something happened and didn't follow up on something. There's so many reasons. So you might have the sort of the whiz-bang security sort of infrastructure and protections, and Kathy will do everything possible that she can do for you, but there's no protection against those sort of human error. And certainly from a fines perspective, we are really seeing that very, very proactive regulators acting. But I think really the key lesson to take away is the fines are high, but actually the cost of recovery is even higher, and the long-term damage to your reputation, and the fact that you might be a business that is interested in being acquired or looking at targets, that sort of trust perspective, and the long-term cost and impact on the business doing the business that they want to do. I think that's something that people kind of discount. So they go straight to thinking about there's a privacy breach that might happen, we'll compromise data, we'll need to deal with that, we might have to report to the regulator, but it's really the long-term impact that I think people really need to think about. And we've seen that across a whole range of businesses. Also, what we've seen, for example, with the Accellion ransomware attack that happened last year, which impacted a whole range of different industries. It's not one particular industry doing one thing. That's really where you've got a third-party provider and you're relying on an application that they provide, and it's not necessarily being treated as fit for purpose in each of those industries that are using it. So we see very much in M&A due diligence when we're looking at things. What are the contracts? What are the vendors' support that you've got? What are you using? Who's processing and accessing the data? Because that's really where you start to get sort of be able to lift the bonnet and understand what the potential issues are.
That's a great overview. Thank you, Veronica. Just, you mentioned there when you're doing M&As, how much access do you generally get from the from the target to allow you to get really an understanding of their data privacy kind of controls?
It really depends, and I think it can take a while. And you look for access in a number of ways. Obviously, through the data room, there are certain standard requests that we might make, but you really want to be able to talk to people as well. I think you can get really, really good insights, and they start to sort of point, follow. They start to direct you as to where you might want to look. Understanding the people and the skills in the organization are really, really important, because that then starts to give you a sense of what their data cyber governance is like, and whether it's all down to the IT team to do all these things. Increasingly, these things are very complex, and you can't simply rely on the IT team to do all these things, and you can't necessarily just rely on the internal lawyer to do all these things. So when you look at what the kind of broad skills that an organization has, and to be able to talk to some of those people who really can talk that language and answer your questions, that's really important. And I mean, often, these things are confidential. It's difficult to be able to talk to the right people. You have to wait, and you have to really start to sort of join the dots and build up that picture, and then sort of plug it in. So timing can really, really impact it. And then, as I said, the contracts as well, they're really, really important. Those vendor contracts, where there's IP, who's having access to it, looking at whether we're dealing with something in one country, or whether we're really having to look at global regulations as well. E-commerce sites that are really supported and will be subject to a whole bunch of different global regulations, which come back then to the data breach point you made, in terms of different levels of risk and exposure, and serious penalties that can be imposed depending on the jurisdiction.
Thank you, Veronica. I might move to the next topic, which is one that has been really interesting to follow in the market. And this is, Hannah, in your space, in the cyber insurance space. So, what we're seeing at the moment, especially in M&A, is the take-up of cyber insurance. And I'd love to hear your perspective on what you're seeing in the Australian, the UK markets. What's the take-up? Can you give us any insights in how it's changed over time? And the claims, I'd love to hear a little bit about the claims or trends that you're seeing. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I think the market, the cyber insurance market has changed dramatically, I would say, probably over the last kind of 12 to 18 months. The interesting thing there really was probably the first cyber insurance policy was written back in 1999. So cyber insurance has been around for a very long time. It wasn't called cyber insurance in 1999, but it's developed, and the policy and the wordings have changed. But if we look at, there's probably an uptake in the larger clients. Larger clients would probably say 50% now obtain cyber insurance, and there's definitely a growing demand across kind of that corporate level. And if we look at the claims piece, I think the challenge that the cyber market has had historically is, does cyber insurance pay? And if anything, I think we've now got to a point where that's been tried and tested so often that it's fair to say that it most definitely does. If we look at kind of the journey of the cyber insurance market, probably around that 2015 to 2018 was the point of what we'd call a soft cyber market for insurance. So that was when kind of the profitability of the product was, the loss ratio was basically 50% each year, and there was an increase in the availability. So it was more available to get the capacity in order to write the policies. And there was definitely the supply for the product outpaced the demand. So back in kind of 2015 to 18, there was really that point of, do we need cyber insurance? Is it a nice to have? And there was a lot of supply out there in order to get a policy quite easily. If we kind of shift forward to the 2019 bracket, that was when the product was still a profitable class of business for insurance, but there was some larger claims starting to come through, especially in the UK and Europe. And we kind of saw healthcare as being one of the prominent areas in 2019 in that time. Still, it was a profitable class of business probably until about 2020. And that's where I think ransomware, when we spoke about it at the beginning, was probably one of the main topics, because it's been the main topic from an insurance perspective. The ransomware demands that have been witnessed across everywhere globally, I think, have really grown over the last kind of even just 24 months. Like we've seen some demands of kind of up to 90 million, and obviously they get negotiated down, but we have seen demands within March that have been paid up to very significant amounts. So the insurance market has had to kind of correct itself and go through a real challenge over the last kind of 5 to 6 years, because if we look at the insurance market, it's actually losing money, which means the clients that are buying that insurance are actually utilizing the insurance, and they're making those claims, and the insurance market are now having to really scrutinize on what they're actually putting on their portfolios. So this is where we've kind of taken the insurance market back a step, and clients are now having to go through a much larger due diligence process themselves in order to get the insurance. But what it ultimately also means is the client's going to get to a much higher standard of security overall before the insurance is there as kind of that safety net at the end of their kind of security structure. So I mean, Kathy mentioned at the beginning there the Essential 8, which is obviously a framework which multiple businesses will follow and is highly recommended. From the insurance perspective, they're now actually looking at what they call the 12 controls. So it's actually looking at the Essential 8, and it goes another step further. I think there's 6 of the 8 that are included in those 12 controls. And that's basically what insurers are now saying need to be put in place by businesses, or at least partly implemented before they'll be able to obtain the insurance. But if we take that back to that M&A activity, and if a business is looking to be acquired and going through that due diligence, more and more we're seeing businesses actually be told that they need to have cyber insurance in place in order to move forward. So it's now becoming less of a nice to have and more of a requirement. And obviously with the capacity decrease and the demand increase, it's now becoming more and more challenging in order to obtain that. So I think what we're seeing at the moment is businesses maybe kind of waiting to obtain the insurance probably a bit too long, in my opinion. The process can take a very long time. And to be honest, even if it's not possible to get the insurance at the end, you've got yourself to a position throughout that due diligence period to say, well, we've taken every precaution. This is where we're at from an uplift perspective. And you can kind of prove where you've got to as a business. If going back to your point on claims, so just from like publicly known Marsh data, if we look at last year, there was actually a 20% increase on cyber incidents that were reported to the insurance industry. So the amount of incidents being reported is still increasing. And interestingly, to Kathy's point again, the top industries that we saw from an insurance perspective last year was actually still financial, legal, and professional services as probably the 3 main areas. But I would say the reason for that is because the claims cycle takes a much longer period of time. That from a claims perspective, we're probably running a year or 2 behind where the market's actually developing to, which is kind of around those big manufacturers and critical infrastructures.
Yeah, no, thank you. One of the things, just to pick up one of the threads you put there around the due diligence process and testing for 12 controls versus your Essential 8 that Kathy spoke about. I mean, how often are you seeing people start to do their due diligence actually in the M&A due diligence period versus post? Because that I think is a shift in mindset for a lot of the deals that I'm seeing.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's a business by business and case by case situation, right? I think the quicker you can get yourself to that position of testing those controls and implementing them, the better the business is going to be, regardless of where they're at in a cycle. So my opinion to that would always be that the security and the structure of a business at the moment, cybersecurity of a business is one of the top 5 risks to many businesses. So it's one of those things that I think needs to be looked at, and at least this essential 8 or the 12 controls need to start to be implemented from the moment that you can, really. I think it's not something to wait until you're at that point of changing the structure of the business. I think it's something that the moment that you start to build the business, whatever the size, we need to start kind of considering those controls and starting to bring them into the process as early on as possible, because the smaller the business at the end of the day, if you bring in multi-factor authentication, for example, whilst you're very much early days startup or scale up, it's going to be much easier to integrate that as you build. Whereas trying to bring in these controls when you've already got to that kind of large growth size, it's much more difficult to kind of educate the business around those changes.
Yeah, no, good points. Thank you, Hannah. I know in the due diligence work we do, sometimes access to management to allow us to do any real testing is definitely not something that can be done pre-signing, and which is why it's really interesting to have Maria MJ here from our Spain practice, who can provide a view around the digital footprint of an organization from a outside-in perspective. So maybe I might hand to MJ around, and so often targets don't even know what their digital footprint is and if they're at risk or if there's any potential indicators of compromise. So maybe MJ, can you explain fairly simply what a digital footprint analysis might aim?
Absolutely.
And some examples you've seen. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes, for non-technical speakers, the digital footprint is something similar to our digital footprint in real life. In the digital space, we also leave a trace when we navigate and whatever we do, when we surf, when we are a company, we've got our own website and so on and so forth. So there is a trace there of data, and that data can have an impact on us. It can be a reputational impact. It can be, a positive impact. It can increase our market, our sales, whatever. But also, there is a lot of information about us on our cyber exposure, on vulnerabilities, on potential vectors of attack. And most companies are not aware of them. And, in my experience, I've seen how very big companies, they spend a lot of money in cybersecurity. And they had, a huge investments, but they hadn't that insight on their digital footprint and all the information publicly available to those who know how to look through it and find it, that could be used to exploit it and to perform a successful attack. For example, I'm thinking of a business email compromise, for example. A VIP of a company has a lot of information in his social media and some private and family-related information, like the name of his sons and where he's going on holiday, what he's doing. I remember a client like a couple of years ago that lost $9 million as a victim of a business email compromise. The CEO was on holiday in the Mediterranean Sea. He was sailing, and his daughter, she wanted to become an influencer in Instagram. So she was publishing every day a story explaining what they were doing and what they were drinking and the restaurants they were eating at. And some attackers just found that information, and they identified a person in the company who was covering for the CEO holidays, and they just impersonated him, and she believed it, and she started transferring money. As simple as that. And that's an example. But with the digital footprint, we cover a wide range of possible vectors of attack. If you look at them isolated, they might make no sense. But if you cross them, if you correlate them, then you will have a different perspective. For example, I'm thinking of phishing, or I'm thinking of, I guess all of us, we have a LinkedIn profile. Yes, like I think it was in 2016. Well, this is a bit of an old example, but it's a good example. LinkedIn was compromised, and emails and passwords were being traded in the dark web. And at the end of the day, well, nowadays, but just some months ago, some months later, they just became publicly available to everyone. And on the other hand, there were companies that had that had publicly available login interfaces. For example, a webmail interface. Well, a potential attacker can just take your LinkedIn from the LinkedIn breach, can take your corporate email and your password, and then he has found a login interface to a VPN service to connect directly to your company's servers. Then you just type your email, then your password, and then you're in. That's an example. There are some other examples, like we said before, like outdated technologies. There are loads and loads of companies that don't have an awareness of all the technologies they're using. They have a website, but then that website has that is a domain. Well, that domain has loads of subdomains, and most of them are some are outdated, some they're old. They don't even know they have them, and those domains can be very, very easily used. So outdated technology usually are related to those domains that are some sort of abandoned or are out of sight. And like Kath said before, that happens quite a lot with the OT systems, then with companies in the manufacturing sector. So this digital footprint exercise is something very simple, and is what basically a potential attacker would do. If he's targeting us or a company, he would basically do a zero knowledge assessment, and that is what we do. We just collect all the information publicly available about us and our IT systems from the mind of an attacker, and then we correlate the information and find potential indicators of compromise or potential attack vectors. And as I said before, from my experience, there are big companies that spend a lot of money in a lot of cybersecurity, but they don't have the basics. They don't have an awareness of how others see them. And on the other hand, I've seen also very small companies that they have a very, very limited budget, but they are just focus on the basics, and that's a very frequent in an M&A context, because this digital footprint exercise seems quite convenient in this sort of operation, because we need no information whatsoever from the target, and we are not going to touch the target at all. For example, if you perform a pen test exercise, that is something that sometimes is done in the frame of a M&A operation, the target must provide you with information, must give you permissions and everything. But so the target must know about your intentions of buying that company. But this digital footprint exercise is completely passive. It's a passive scanning. We just scan information publicly available. So it's very convenient. And just to finish up, I would like to highlight an idea. It's related to what Veronica discussed previously. It has to do with the privacy, with data breaches and regulations. There is a huge difference. It's quite impressive between the digital footprint results in this M&A context. When we look at digital footprint of European companies and digital footprint from Australian or New Zealand companies. In Europe, this GDPR regulation has had quite a big impact on companies, and because of the regulation, they have forced themselves to protect them and to securitize their assets. And as that regulation is not as strict in overseas in Asia and Australia and that region, I have to say that their level of exposure is quite higher, and it's particularly in one point, and is the personal and the VIPs and key people personal information that could be exploited. So I think that's a significant.
Thank you, MJ. There was a lot in there. And I think for me, when I've seen your tool in practice, one, I never went across you or your team. just knowing what access you have in the dark web. And I remind my teenagers that what is online stays online. You can't, and someone can find it. But the passive part of your tool just adds some real like external data to what a target might provide as part of a Q&A or part of a data room document. And it allows you to really target your questioning that way, so you're not giving them a standard RFP because you've got some, external data points you can really point to. I find your tool scary and fascinating at the same time. I wondered, actually, just given the link with those last two topics around cyber insurance. And this tool, do you see a trend in maybe trying to get more testing done during the due diligence period, pre-signing, even before signing? Do you see that as something that we should, as vendors or buyers, trying to encourage? What do you?
Absolutely. And actually, last year, we had to develop, out of the blue, a new service that it was just focused on dark web monitoring and all those ransomware groups that publish information. And we've been working very closely to one cyber insurance company in developing that service. And sometimes that company just hires us to perform some sort of passive scan of the dark web and all the ransomware webs before just signing the contracts and stating the final terms of the contract, which I find it very significant. And also, there is something I would like to add. I'm sorry if I just missed a little bit the point, but it's related to privacy as well. Sometimes there is a service we provide related to this one. When one of our clients has suffered from a ransomware attack and they are being extorted by the ransomware group, within Europe, they have a very strong regulation that just compels them to inform the regulator and also the owners of the data that might have been breached. And we work with that. We help them avoid a very huge fine from the regulator, because once they've suffered the ransomware and the data have been finally breached and the data is being trafficked in the dark web or the underground communities, we help them keep track of their data so that they can inform the regulator and say, listen, I know I suffered from a breach. That information has been publicly exposed, but I'm keeping track of it. I'm notifying my clients or the owners of the data, and I'm keeping track of it. And that is something that many insurance companies are asking us as well. Sometimes that they are about to hire or to get a contract from another company, and they do look at it. And for example, in the M&A context, there is something that they ask us, look at this target, how is the information in the dark web, how is the information, all the potential leaks, and how much that is going to cost us in case we buy, because they will have to face the fines and all possible consequences.
Yes.
I think just to add to that point as well, from an insurer perspective, my role, obviously, with Marsh being on the cyber broking team is basically to be the advisor, right? So for us, it's just making sure that the client is completely aware of the risk to the business. So exactly what MJ was saying, like, we do try and work with multiple different vendors in order to make sure that we've got a complete holistic view of what the risk is to that business. Because from an insurance perspective, once we look to submit that to an underwriter in order to assess that risk, they have their own tools in order to assess that risk themselves. So the more we can do in the background and do our due diligence on the business to make sure their risk is at a certain level and use the tools, as MJ's saying, the better we can present that to the insurance market and show that as a business that's put the right steps into place in order to get themselves to a secure level that the insurance will be there just as a safety net.
Yes, no, good point. Thank you, Hannah. And the other thing around insurance, especially around warranties and indemnity insurance and cybersecurity insurance, I'm seeing a lot take up both, and the need to take up both now. Any comments around W&I and cyber and how the insurance market view that?
Oh, you're probably taking me out of my own bubble of cyber insurance there, so I'm probably going to stay in my box.
I can add. All I could add is that obviously W&I is something that's always that's been the focus from an M&A perspective, and generally you can sort of look to what the loss might be or the damage. Whereas when you come to cyber insurance, it's much harder because you can't quantify that. So I think, to your point, Hannah, coming back to look at what the risks are and how you're mitigating the risks, as opposed to, well, we didn't identify the right, that we had all these licenses, or we didn't identify that we had an exposure there. So they're quite different covers, and I think they're quite complex. But I mean, if you just simply even ask, a question, do you have cyber insurance? And an organization says they're not sure, that can tell you a lot about the organization straight off. Yeah. Whereas they'll have other, the usual sort of P&I and et cetera insurance. But yeah, it's and I think you'll probably see that quite, people don't tend to take out cyber insurance from an M&A perspective post M&A, but you can see how that might become something that would be much more important.
Thank you, Veronica. Maybe just to bring in Kathy back into the discussion. The team had talked through or had mentioned quite a couple of times around quantifying the risk or quantifying. Are there any benchmarks or measures around cybersecurity that we can use as a guide during our M&A, knowing that how long is a piece of string? But is there any guidance you can provide, Kathy?
Usually in M&A, you find out what the IT spend is, like the total IT spend. On average, the cyber security spend should be between 15 and 20%, all the way up to 30%, depending on whether they're going through transformation. So if you are finding that there isn't a significant amount of spend from a cybersecurity perspective in your little financial digging in, then you know that there's probably, you'd want to go and look a little bit deeper from a perspective of what investments have been made from a security standpoint within that organisation. And that's regardless of what size the organisation is. So you could be, looking at a smaller organisation where they don't have a significant cybersecurity workforce, but you should see a spend on an outsourced workforce then, or, business partners or something to make up for the fact that they don't have the arms and legs on premise to do the actual cybersecurity work. So that's one way of sneakily finding out, whether there is any sort of cybersecurity work being done. But then the other side of benchmarking and risk quantification, it's a very long piece of string, and it depends on the size of the organisation and its risk profile and its risk appetite, and then how the cybersecurity team can enable a business outcome. So again, that comes back to if you wanted to do a rough order of magnitude, you're looking between that 15 and 20 for a mid-sized, or depending on where they want to be from a perspective of whether they're more leading edge, you'll probably get up to past the 20%, between 20 and 30%. Or if they're keeping lights on, you'll probably be between the 10 and 15%. So that's a rough order of magnitude that we see as a trend in market.
Perfect. Thank you, Kathy. We've got a few questions coming up in the chat, so we might move to that before we finish with maybe just one piece of advice you'd give the panel. So I'm prepping you in advance for that question. But let's go to the Q&A. So the first one from Aria, what other areas of cybersecurity do you think a company needs to consider in the M&A context? I assume that's in relation to the cyber attack terms we talked through, but maybe what are your top areas of cybersecurity would you want to consider in M&A? I'll go around to Kathy first.
So I guess I'll align to NIST. So you want to look at the 5 pillars of NIST: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. So the identify will be all that sort of risk management, governance, risk and compliance. The protect will be any sort of protection technologies that you might have. So, at the very least, there should be firewalls and network security if we're talking on-premise, or, cloud security, vulnerability management, identity and access management control. So that's the protection technologies. Then you're looking at identify, protect, detect. Okay, detect. So the ability to detect an incident, the ability to respond to an incident, and the ability to recover from an incident. So with the detect, you're looking at logging, monitoring, alerting. Response is also in that alerting, whether that is done in-house from a security operations center that you've got, or whether you're outsourcing your threat hunting, threat management, incident response to another organization. And lastly, the recover is that business continuity, business continuity planning, cyber security resilience, all that stuff that sort of gets married in, that goes hand in hand with the detect and the respond as well. So they're the 5, and it sounds like a lot, but when you're looking at just 5 quick topics, straight away you can sort of sort the jelly beans into the little 5 cups where you can go, yeah, they're a bit low on the identify, and what we usually see, they're really great on identify and protect. Really poor in general is what we see in the detect, respond, recover. For many, many years, we had a process of, we did a lot of prevention in this industry for, go and buy every preventive technology and we'll be okay because we're preventing an attack. But then we didn't spend nearly as much in the detection and the response of an attack and being able to prevent it proliferating through a network. And I use this horrible analogy. So you can tell I was scarred as a child watching the Heart Foundation ads, where there was years and years of, healthy diet, the Australian Heart Foundation telling us to, don't eat crap, go and exercise and don't smoke. And then there was this ad, and I think I was a child when I saw it, where the guy was lying on the slab in the morgue, and then he went backwards in, you know which one I'm talking about, Joe? Where he went backwards in time to where he was sitting reading a book and he had a funny pain in the shoulder. And then he's gone into the kitchen to have a glass of milk because he's got, heartburn, and then eventually has his heart attack and dies. It pivoted, the Australian Heart Foundation pivoted from prevention to detection and responding, calling 000 within 10 minutes, and then recovering from your heart attack. We need to do the same as the cybersecurity industry, where we go detect, respond, recover. Because, it's just a matter of time till something happens. You want to be able to see it, grab it, respond and recover from it.
Perfect.
Morbid. Very morbid for a moment there.
I love your catalogue of ads.
I'm scarred.
But thank you, Kathy. I think you've pretty much covered it with the NIST 5, to be honest. So thank you. I might move to the next question so we can make sure we cover everyone's questions here. So the next one around, are there any key cyber due diligence best practices that can be highlighted? We spoke about one there with MJ, and we've maybe just to cover on that one, MJ, just any other best practices?
Sure. There is no best practices standard, so to speak, but it's very common that we perform 3 exercises. First, digital footprint, of course, then sometimes a pen test exercise, a limited pen test exercise, just to have an insight of how things are inside. Because I didn't mention before, but sometimes digital footprint, it's not an equivalent of how secure are systems inside. I've had that experience that the digital footprint was perfect, and then inside it was a disaster, and just the other way around. Digital footprint look awful, but then they were quite well protected in the inside. So this pen test pen testing exercise is very, very good as well. And finally, it's important to take an insight of the governance and policies, cybersecurity policies within the target and all the regulations, the norms within the company, particularly related to privacy and data protection. I think that those three bases, I think, are a very, very good beginning as best practices, even if there is no standard as such, I think.
Very helpful. Thank you, MJ. I mean, the best practice I can advise is to actually conduct a cyber due diligence during due diligence to avoid one being stung with a hefty remediation bill, or worse, a ransom attack or some actual cyber attack that you then have to respond to. And then actually leading into the last question there for Veronica around data privacy, you know, what can you explain the data privacy focus during due diligence? Maybe if you can answer that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure, Joe, happy to. And I think it's important first to kind of understand that you have data privacy on the one hand, cyber security on the other. They are quite different, but they're related. So you need to think about them both separately and together, because we talked about risk before and the potential quantification. The more data that you have, the richer the data you have, the more the volume, the different types of individuals that the data is about, where it's located, the supply chain and who has access to it. All those things are really important to consider. And then, of course, in turn, knowing that, having mapped your data, having understood what the governance arrangements are, what the contractual framework is, why it's been collected and used, you know, it's part of a business strategy. Is it really about technology and IP, or is it really about sort of customer data and insights? Once you understand all of that, then you can really think about this sort of how the cybersecurity framework then applies to that. And the two should really kind of meet and speak to each other. And if they don't, then that really does identify that you have a potential issue as well. And of course, back to Kathy's point about, you know, just taking it from those 5 points, you can really think about sort of data privacy in the context of each one of those. Identify your data, understand, be prepared. Are you protecting it? If something happens, are you prepared to respond? Do you know what your obligations are? What team are you going to bring in to respond to that? How are you going to escalate it? Who makes decisions? So a lot of the time we'll ask in our due diligence about to understand the privacy and the data that the organization has, who it's about, where it sits, all of that. And then we'll go on to ask, well, can you tell us about your data breach history? Have you had any complaints, any notifications? What have they been about? And the level of maturity at which those sorts of the answers we get can really help give us insights as well to how well the organization understands its privacy related obligations around cyber, and whether it's even learned. When you think about a history, do you go back 1, 2, 3, 5 years? Because that can give you a really good insight into sort of how the organization, you know, they're not going to be perfect, but is matured. Is it thinking about and looking at these issues? Has it got a program of improving compliance around these things as well? And what are the things that are going to be from a buy side? What are the things that you're going to be interested? What are the key risks that you want to know about, and the ones that can be addressed before completion, or that you'll take on notice, or that you'll build that framework around in the sale documents, or obviously in insurance, buying insurance as well post deal.
Perfect. Thank you, Veronica. I can see Akansha on there. So maybe just one final question and rapid fire to the panel here. One piece of advice you'd give to anyone about to acquire a company. Can you provide one? So I'll start with Kathy on my top right.
I'd ask what were the results of the last penetration test?
Perfect, thank you. MJ?
Sorry, I would go for the digital footprint exercise and for working with the IT team just to correct, because most of the times they are very easily corrected and it's just a matter of configuration. So just go for it.
Perfect. Thanks, MJ. And last but not least, Veronica.
I would ask why, what's the interest, what's the purpose of purchasing the target company? What are you interested in? What's of value to you? And then start there.
Love it. Thank you. Hannah does send her apologies, but that is the end of our cyber and data privacy panel. Should I lose Akansha? Oh, there.
Hello. Yeah, I'm there. So that was indeed a very interesting discussion. Thanks a ton, Joe, for moderating the panel, and thanks a lot to all the panelists for this very engaging discussion. So we would now have a short break, and we would get back at 12:30 a.m. CET for our third round of panel discussion on the topic M&A integration, challenges and factors that lead to success. Thank you. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a great time so far. We would now begin with our third panel discussion on the topic, M&A integration, challenges and factors that lead to success. Dhruv Mehra will be moderating the panel. Our guest speakers for this panel discussion are Pirita Nakalajavi, Robert Tew, Tanto Ichia, and Varun Parmar. Also, please feel free to share any questions that you may have in the Q&A box, and we will make sure to take them at the end of the session. So over to you, Dhruv.
Thank you so much, Akanksha, and very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody who's joining from wherever in the world you're currently located. This is the third panel discussion today, and I am the moderator for today's panel. I have a group of very well-seasoned M&A professionals that are, I think, quite excited to discuss the topic of M&A integration, challenges and factors that lead to success. Before I have the panel introduce themselves, just a quick overview of my background. I lead Mercer's M&A advisory business for Asia, Middle East, Africa. And in this role, I work closely with both corporate as well as private equity clients on some of the most critical people and workforce issues and deals. I've advised clients across the M&A transaction lifecycle, so all the way from strategy planning through due diligence and then post-merge integration. And I'm currently based in Singapore, and I've been in the region for the last 8 years, where I've worked on probably a few hundred deals. And I've followed quite closely the exciting growth and evolution in the deal activity that we see across the region today. So without further ado, let's meet our panel. Ladies first, maybe. Pirita, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Really nice to meet everyone, and great to be here today. My name is Pirita Nakkalajärvi, and I am director at EY Parthenon. I'm based in Finland, I should say, because in today's hybrid world, our main office is in Helsinki, in the capital, but I have been actually working all through the COVID time in the north. And currently I am dialing in from Norway. So we're very close to the different Nordic countries up here in the north. And I have long experience along the entire M&A life cycle. So I've been doing almost everything and anything you can do in the M&A value chain on different sides of the table. At the moment, I am a deals advisor, but I've been also working on the corporate side, also in investment banking and also doing strategy consulting work. And at the moment, my focus is on M&A integrations and carve-outs, and that's the part that I had been missing in my career and in the last few years. I've been wanting to really dive into that end and understand and get experience on that. So very nice to be here.
Thank you, Pirita. Let's move to Deutsche.
Hi, Dhruv, and hi, everyone. My name is Deutsche. I work for Certis, a technology security group based in Singapore. I'm in Singapore. My remit covers corporate planning, strategy, marketing and comms, and HR. So I get involved in M&A at the strategic intent level, value creation level, and then I have to figure out how it's going to be tactically run in the integration so that it actually delivers the value after we've made the acquisitions. We've had a number of acquisitions over the past 3-4 years, and many of them have been have had to work very hard to think about how best to integrate or not to integrate them, depending on the situation. So we'll love to hear ideas and share some of my experience later on.
Thank you so much, Toicha. And then let's move to Varun.
Thanks, Dhruv. Hey, everyone, fellow panelists and people listening to whatever we have to say here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Look, I'll try and be brief here because I'm sure we want to get into the meat of the discussion. Varun Parmar, I'm based in Singapore, like Tantoy, and I work as a head of M&A integration for Grab. Grab, for people who don't know, is one of Southeast Asia's largest tech company. Sometimes when I have to explain to people what Grab is, especially who are not from Southeast Asia, I'm trying to explain that this is the Uber of Southeast Asia. So I help them in acquisition of merger integration capacity across all business verticals, whether it's mobility, food delivery, grocery, mart, financial services. So quite diversified in terms of its presence. I have been a consultant as well previously, advising clients in the M&A journey. Probably maybe to round up the experience, I've probably looked at 50, maybe 60 different deals as a consultant and in a corporate capacity over a career spanning roughly 15 odd years. So yeah, I look forward to sharing all war stories with the panelists here, and hopefully we can leave you guys with a few tips and tricks and maybe things to avoid from our own mistakes. Yeah. Back to you, Dhruv.
Thank you. And yeah, of course, I mean, people I'm sure would have seen the news about Grab, it being one of the largest SPAC listings in the US fairly recently. So that was very, very exciting for us here in Southeast Asia. And then finally, Robert, who's joining us from China. Unfortunately, Robert can't have the video on since we had to deal with some of the firewall issues, but we managed to at least get him on audio. So nice to have you, Robert.
Thank you, Dhruv. So everybody can hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being invited, and also to see some familiar people actually that I know. So my name is Robert Yu. I'm the partner for Global PMI Partners. I'm currently based in China. And so a little bit about the firm that Global PMI Partners are cross-border global consulting firm. And we have about over 200 partners around the world, primarily focused on post-merger integration. So that's our pure focus. Although myself has been doing M&A deals kind of full cycle, and started in the US when I was there for 20 years actually. And last 10 years was with Motorola, and I was with their corporate development office. So we were doing the both on the venture investment as well as larger mergers and acquisitions, and as well as joint venture. So I come back in about 10 years ago, come back to China and focus on helping our clients both going outbound investment from China to other part of the world, Europe, Asia, North America, or also helping our client from Europe or Asia come into China for investment or doing deals. So with that, I'll turn back to Dhruv, and then I will share some experience. By the way, so in the last 3 years, we have been, I personally have been involved in about a dozen projects, mostly cross-border in nature. So either joint ventures or 100% or 80% acquisitions of targets. So be glad to share some learnings with all of you. So back to June.
Thank you so much. So actually, the first question I'd like to ask the panel is one that I'm getting quite a bit from clients, and it's around, we can't avoid the subject of the COVID-19 pandemic, but the question is really around how has the pandemic impacted your approach to post-merge integration? And based on the M&A research that we've done at Mercer, we found that many companies that had started their transformation efforts even prior to the pandemic actually accelerated their transformation agendas rather than slowed them down. And this meant reviewing their portfolio of companies or businesses and divesting or shutting down the underperforming or non-core businesses, and then reinvesting that into high growth areas. And we've seen a lot of companies across industries add digital capabilities. Now, this, of course, requires a very different integration strategy than what we've seen in the past. So I'm curious to understand how you have approached this for your organization or for your clients. And I thought maybe we'd start with Varun, since he's been involved in several acquisitions at Grab, to just hear your perspectives first.
Yeah, no, happy to perspectives or sob stories, whichever you wanna look at it. Look, I think COVID definitely has impacted our lives in different ways, personally and professionally. Specifically from integration perspective, I find that that quality of decision making has gone down. And why that is the case is because we're doing due diligence on Zoom. We're doing due diligence and integration planning on Zoom. We're doing integration execution sometimes on Zoom. And for people who've done integration, including this panel, I'm sure you'll realize how connected to the real world integration actually is, and how difficult it is to actually not be present, not get a sense of ground realities, and then being able to execute. Give you an example, right? I myself have been part of a carve out. I was a consultant at the time, trying to figure out how the network cable of a client's office need to be ripped out and new network cables put back in, because it was a carve out from a bank of a business, and we making it standalone, and making sure that project, and this was an item on the critical path, believe you or not. So that's how real world integration sometimes gets, and you will not be able to really execute and get a sense of these challenges and problems until you're on the ground. So I think I personally feel not being able to meet the people, meet the management team, and get a sense of those ground realities has not been good, and I have missed that. So that is a goal in 2022 to make sure I get out on the road more often, which I have been out already twice and planning for travel next again, and I find that is working out much better again now. So I think that's how I would reflect on how COVID has threw a bit of a spanner in quality of integration planning, execution, and now I think it is time to bring it back.
Thanks, Varun. Yeah, that's really interesting. Deutsche, I wonder, I mean, you run or part of a business which is manpower heavy, right? I'm sure this is an area that is definitely of concern. So how have you and how has Certus as an organization dealt with this?
Yeah, so acquisitions, like many companies, either for us, either extend into a space that we have very little experience in, and we want to buy the capabilities, or it's in an area where we want to expand for scale. So the experimentation to areas that we are not so familiar with certainly has taken a bit of a backseat, because the risk is just too high with COVID, and you can't quite really smell the business that you're unfamiliar with. Businesses that we're more familiar with, for us, it's easier to get, and those and when we look at a deal, we often look at the vendor in the eyes, because we often want the vendor to be part of our family, and so that allows therefore for integration. So we haven't really looked at deals in markets, physical markets, right? Countries that we don't have a presence in because we don't have eyes that we trust, eyeballing eyes that we want to trust. But in where we have, that work goes on, and in fact allows us to sharpen. You mentioned this, right? Allows us to sharpen the focus on the areas that we really want to double down and make an impact.
Thank you, Robert. From a China perspective, what are you seeing on the ground there? I know, China was, of course, the first country to be hit by COVID, and then, managed it quite well. And now we are seeing another resurgence over there, which, you haven't quite experienced in the last 2 years. So how has the strategy evolved for companies in China?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of COVID, China did have very strict restrictions on travels or work, and so they're the one that most of the people actually went back to office in the last couple of years. But however, when we were working on a lot of the cross-border projects, and our client, especially last 2 years, they're working remotely. So, and it's not like the biggest change will be the remote working, where you some of them for us as a consultant, we used to doing the virtual meetings like on Zooms or MS Teams, but not all our clients are used to that. So we really have to make sure we have the weekly cadence to really tracking down the work that was supposed to be get complete. So that's one of the changes. So we really need to just beef up the effort to track down the work, and in terms of productivity, and then and also second is the communication is a little bit challenging. Where if you're in the office, you can just walk to somebody, talk to them, and then get the issue resolved quickly. But when you do virtual, many times they have the camera actually turned off, and so you won't see what their reaction is, right? So sometimes you get a misunderstanding of what their people are saying. So we really have to do a lot of work to facilitating that communication to make sure people are not misunderstanding each other, and then be able to creating that trust. So that's the changes what we see. However, we were able to leverage the tools that there's become available, the online tools, especially when we normally when we do the offline day one workshop, right, where we have a functional team, 50, sometimes even 100 people in the room, and where we have meetings or breakout sessions. But when we do online, so most people are online, then it's difficult to have a small group discussion. But we were able to leverage the functionality of Zoom, for example. We have the breakout session, the virtual breakout session, and we have the large group to start, and then we break out, and to have a functional smaller group discussion, and we come back. So that tool actually helped us to kind of emulating what we do offline. And so that's some of the the challenges, but also we have some leveraging the tools to mitigating the challenge that we have. And obviously the mission planning, the weekly tracking, we very much leveraging the cloud-based service to collaborate across a different region or across in different teams where they working remotely. So that's some of the changes that we see, and then some of the things we do that overcome those things that we normally don't see before COVID. So with that, back to you, Bro.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. And then Pirita, from a European perspective, right? How are you seeing your clients, change their approach?
When the COVID pandemic first started here in the Nordics, it looked like everything stopped in the deals market. And for a couple of months, it was really quiet. And everybody was kind of looking around and wondering what will happen. But then the interesting thing was that suddenly things picked up really quickly. And as many here said, things actually started accelerating. So a lot of activity that we're seeing in the Nordics, also European-wide in the deals market, and also an acceleration of the change and transformations is happening. And a couple of reflections perhaps relate to that. Now that we live in the Zoom and Teams world, and it's seemingly fairly easy to organize meetings and jump on the Teams call and connect wherever you are in the world, it perhaps creates a bit of an illusion that things move as quickly in the real life, so to speak. But I think that also underlines the importance of taking time and starting planning, whether it's your integrations or carve-outs, that you start the planning well on time, and you give time and take time for the change to happen. So although we can easily come to a video call together, in reality, making that connection, creating the trust, understanding what the other side is saying or what the parties are saying, it takes time. And it might take more time than it would if we were able to come together in the physical world, where we have the different reactions and we can kind of get a sense of each other. But in these video calls, at least we've seen that you need to spend a lot of time together, and you need to speak sometimes in smaller groups, sometimes in bigger groups, to build that common understanding. And to me, as an advisor, I've been telling the clients that in deals, it really makes sense to start earlier now, because all of this takes time. Although it feels like things can move very quickly, because we can just be at the home office and change from one call to another in a split second. But things in the real world don't move as fast.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's definitely been my experience as well. So, I mean, we've started to touch on some of this, but, the next question I'd like to ask the panel about is the top derailers, that you're seeing to realizing post-deal synergies or value creation. And in the recent research that we have done at Mercer, there were two studies that we did. One was a global delivering the deal, and the other was an Asia private equity survey. And I mean, on the one hand, I think not too surprising, but across people's strategy, risk, operations, we found that consistently leadership alignment and culture alignment tend to be two of the top derailers. What was a bit surprising to me was that it also came out as the two biggest derailers in our private equity survey. And again, private equity companies typically just have a 5 to 6 year, 7 year time horizon. So you wouldn't naturally think that culture and leadership would be the top two issues. Partly we think it could be because there's just so many divestitures these days, and private equity companies are buying, businesses that have been carved out from corporates, and private equity has a very different approach to, corporate clients. So, just aligning leaders to their ways of working tends to be a big friction point. Of course, the other is the whole COVID pandemic, and that not having that ability to sit down in front of the leader and have a discussion and look at them and build trust. But I want to check with the group. Is that something that you're also seeing? If not, are there any big derailers that you think are worth mentioning? And then, how are you sort of tackling these derailers? So maybe on this one, let's start with Deutsche, because I know we had a pretty interesting discussion about this when we were prepping for this call.
Yeah, I think with COVID and basically it's thrown so many challenges into our fray and so rapidly in that combination that we're all making micro decisions at a pace that we think we can do because Zoom allows us to do that, right? The fact is, we aren't making necessarily the quality decisions when, or rather, we aren't making the decisions that we think other people think are quality decisions if we are first not aligned in our values and our beliefs and how we want to make those choices, right? And so it's no wonder, right, that people, for us, has been, and culture, which is linked to values as well, is number one in pre-deal assessments of targets, getting to know the vendors and our targets well, and during integration. Our biggest nightmare is if halfway through a bit of an integration, the key people in their leave or the culture turns out to be completely different from what we thought we saw. We know we're in really, really deep trouble. And then you throw COVID at it, and all the decisions that you thought you had kind of figured out how to make because you had all these plans, right? Somehow there's no more high tide to float all boats, and every small decision is a big decision. What used to be a small decision is a big decision. It'll be a mess. So absolutely, big one for us.
Yeah. And then Pirita, how about you? What are you seeing?
I would echo what your research says. These are really big issues, and I think they have always been. Maybe we are somehow more aware of them now, but it is true that leadership and culture are really big stumbling blocks in deals, and they're also very much connected. Leadership needs to understand the culture, both your own culture and the culture of the company you're acquiring or you're coming together with for a joint venture. And it is just like my fellow panelists said here, there are small things that can turn into really big things and vice versa. And in the perfect world, in deals that go very smoothly, everything seems so easy and so logical and somehow rational. But there's a lot of work behind all of those details to get them right and to have the crystal clear rationale for the deal, and that everybody's on the same message and everybody's talking about the same or telling the same story, and things are coming together. So there's a lot of details and a lot of planning behind something that looks so easy and so smooth. Well, coming back to my message of taking time to plan and starting to think about integration and the change and the transformation early on, so that you can really prepare for all sorts of things. And sometimes it's really the small things that come up during the negotiations or during the planning that you really need to understand the importance of and grab those and kind of bake them into your planning and understand the impact of them. Yes, definitely in those deals that I've seen, well, perhaps not failing, but taking time to become a success, and also in those deals that have been really good from the beginning, it always boils down to leadership and culture
In your experience, Pirita, are more companies now trying to at least do things like formal leadership assessments, culture assessments early on, whether it's right after signing or early on in the integration process? Or do you find that it's still done in a very informal and not in a deep way?
Unfortunately, the latter. So I think there is an understanding often that these are important things. But many times then they are perhaps overlooked, or companies that are thinking that we can do those later down the line. And maybe there aren't that many formal or systematic processes around these. Of course, some companies do this, but unfortunately not all of them. And sometimes it's, I don't know, perhaps wanting to be cost conscious and think that these are softer things you can sort out later on. But I wish that more companies were taking the cultural and kind of the change management aspects as part of their planning earlier on.
Yeah. Varun, I'd like to get your perspectives on this as well.
Happy to provide my thoughts. As I'm sure everyone has heard how difficult a question this one is to answer, leave alone trying to solve for these issues when you're doing a large scale integration. So look, I think in my view, assessing leadership, assessing culture is a bit of a journey, right? And every organization will have to take that journey to get better. If M&A and M&A integration is a key strategic driver for their growth, and that journey evolves from first getting operationally good at doing the nuts and bolts of people integration, then measuring the data around it, and then eventually trying to figure out where strategic insights are based on the data you've collected. Right? For example, we've done X number of integration. What is our founder retention metrics over these integrations, and why are they good or why are they bad? Yeah. So I have to say that we, at least as an organization, are in the first half of that journey where we've gotten pretty good at the operational bits and nuts and bolts of getting people integration right. We have started collecting a lot of data. We're at a point where now we are starting to scratch the surface on the potential of leveraging that data to drive better deal success on the back of leadership alignment, deeper cultural assessment, culture simulation. So I think that's probably where we are in terms of our journey, at least. One thing we've tried to do a bit better, maybe try and mitigate while we're assessing our capabilities there, is trying to ensure accountability at between leaders, at least from pre-deal stage. And this is accountability on both sides of the aisle, on our side as well as the vendor side. And we need to plan for it upfront. We need to set the operating model on what the combined business would look like that will allow the leaders to execute on that accountability, and then communicate. So I think that's at least where we are. But I think, again, we're literally starting to scratch the surface on all these very important areas. One final thought there, I think you did mention what other aspects also can be sometimes derailers or issues. Maybe I'll call out at least maybe 2-3 others as well. I think tech compatibility, as a tech company, it's obviously a very important area for us. So spending time on doing deep tech diligence is extremely critical for us. Otherwise, you run into issues where products that were meant to go live in 2 months don't go live for 6 or 9 months. Cybersecurity is an increasing area of focus for us also, and I'm assuming for all corporates in the world is. And so we're including increasingly that as part of our due diligence in terms of assessing cybersec's posture maturity for our companies that we buy, and how to either uplift it or change it if required. And final would be compliance and regulation, and maybe as a B2C business, data privacy and the regulations around that are quite important for us to assess and make sure we rectify or remedy soon after we buy a business that is found wanting. So yeah, so I mean, these are, I guess, some areas among a plethora of other areas that we deal with as co-panelists on our integrations.
Thanks, Varun. And then Robert, maybe some final thoughts around specifically in your work with private equity companies. What are you seeing as some of the big derailers?
Thank you, Drew. So in the past, we have worked with several private equity firms, and some of them is investing into a carve-out from European countries, and then bring them into Asia Pac area. And so the top issue on their mind used to be how we can turn this around quickly and in a relatively short time frame, and then how to get a good value out of that. But I think in the observation that we had in the past couple of years, because of COVID, and they have been very fast in identifying deals and be able to execute on those quickly, but relatively less due diligence. So maybe that could be one of the reasons in your survey where you see even private equity that's thinking culture and leadership, especially culture, become a challenge. I think maybe they didn't quite focus on the culture or people side of the things before they make the investment. So maybe they were very much focused on the number and the capture value. So then once they did invest into or even acquire a target, then that could become more challenging for them. So we had some experience. We have seen some deal that went that way. So that's if you talk about private equity, that's the things we have seen. But if I can add a few things for corporate, because I think there's still a lot of lessons learned for corporate client, especially the larger client of us. What we have seen when they are doing the cross-border type of investment or mergers acquisitions. So the leadership and culture has always been the top two, top three, the critical factors for ensuring post-merger integration success. But if you look in detail, so the leadership, meaning you could collect the business unit leadership, that's one, right? But you could also have the leadership of the IMO, the integration management of it. That's also critical. And so when you talk about the culture, you could talk about the culture or interactions between the target and the acquire versus the target. But you actually have also the need for communication between the department within the acquire when you're talking about larger organization. And so we find out that, it's easy to say culture and leadership, but then you may want to look at a little bit more details into it. And to make sure you really have a very clear integration strategy. When I say clear is not only people understand it, but they also fully agree, and then they really know what that really means when it comes down to individual work stream or individual functions. So that's very, very critical. And then the leadership always have to address that almost every week to make sure people understand what that really means. Because if you don't do that, people just naturally go back to their own business as usual mindset for their own functions. Then gradually, after a month or two, your initial plan shifted to their own thinking, their own departmental thinking, rather than strategy that you predefined for the integration, right? So that's what we see has tendency to really derail your integration, even though you seems to have a good plan at the beginning, but over weeks, over months, the things actually go to sideways, go to individual departments in their own thinking. And so that's very critical, we believe, because we, as a consultant, we're always come in as more of a neutral, as third party, so that allow us to see both sides in more of a neutral way, a more clear way when you're not in it, right? And so you'll see the perspective on both ends, both the buyer as well as the target, and you get complaints on both sides. So we actually has a little bit better view in terms of how they can work better. And the other thing is the tendency of a larger corporation, especially the functional team, focus more on process, right? They say, this is how we do it, right? This is what we always do. And they don't want to take any risk to deviate from that existing process. And but sometimes, or many times, when you make acquisitions, the target has their own way of success. Or at least they see how that has been making them successful in the past, right? And if you don't looking at their market, or you don't look at their customer, what their own, the target's customer, what their demanding is, but you only focus on your own process, you tend to missing a lot of the values. You're trying to actually maybe destroy the value in the process. And so that's another thing we really need to focus on. So I just want to share a couple points where it's very easy to be omitted when you're starting your execution of your integration plan. And you may end at the end of the quarter or the six months, you find out a lot of the good people actually left, and you a lot of things you think you can achieve, but you didn't, right? So that's we really want to focus on to creating a culture that's business focused, not so much process focused. I know that a lot of large companies, they really want to mitigating the risk and putting that a very high priority. But you really need to have a balance. You need to focus on the process, but you really need people especially functional team, really need to understand what the strategy is of the business, of the target. And I mean, also adjusting the or balance the priority in the innovation journey. So anyway, so I think that I just want to stop there, and back to you, George.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. And actually, you got into some of the mitigation strategies, right, on how do you deal with these derailers, and that's something I wanted to touch on next. When we looked at this, we identified at least 6 areas that we found to be effective strategies, right? One is having a really robust PMO process and having experienced resources to manage integrations. I think one of the biggest mistakes I see a lot of inexperienced acquirers make is they under-resource or they think that PMO is a part-time job, and it's not. You really do need dedicated teams to manage integration timelines. I think something else you alluded to, having a very clear idea of your operating model, and then making sure your org design and your key leaders fit into your organization strategy and your operating model. Third is having a really effective retention strategy, and this goes beyond just paying a retention bonus, but really thinking about what is it going to take to retain people in the organization. I think we spoke about culture, so spending time to really understand culture, use some of the tools out there to assess culture and then develop an integration plan. And that integration plan does not need to include harmonization. It could mean keep culture separate, right? Because that's what makes sense from a deal perspective. I think change management, communications, other things that have been mentioned. We really do need to invest the time to, communicate effectively and then, execute the change management. And then finally, like thinking about, your overall employee value proposition and your rewards frameworks, right? So those are some of the areas that we've sort of uncovered as strategies to mitigate these integration risks. Preeta, maybe we'll start with you. Are there some others that you've seen, effective strategies and practical tips on how people can maximize deal value and make the integration successful?
Well, I would first say that you have really identified a lot of the critical things, and we've seen these happen in many deals in recent years, and I've seen these in many projects that I've been involved in, unfortunately. But perhaps to add to all of this, and again, everything's kind of linked together, but one of the things that I've seen very successful leaders do when communicating and talking about the deals, for example, at the announcement and when you start doing the joint integration planning and working towards the closing and beyond, is to try and leave all the jargon out and kind of leave the language of the PowerPoint presentations and kind of the strategy jargon away, and really try to speak person to person and human to human, and explain what this means, what it is that we're trying to do here, what is in it for you, what is in it for me, and really create some kind of compelling and motivating vision for everyone to work towards. And again, I'm kind of falling back to the strategy language, but I think it's really, explaining what it is that we're trying to do here, and in kind of concrete terms. And one example I have, I was once working on day one preparations, and we were going to announce the deal, the signing of the deal. And the plan was for the buyer, the acquirer, to send an SMS, a text message to everyone in the target. And we really liked that idea. And one of our job was to draft that very short message, that could be received on any and every phone of the target employees. And I must say that, our first draft was too technical and too, just too boring and too kind of somehow cold even. And one of the executives said in the meetings when we were discussing this, that let's start from the beginning. We want to, really welcome them and say that, you're coming to our company and they wanted to use kind of their language and how they address each other instead of talking about these, we have signed this transaction and so on. And I really like that, connecting as human beings and explaining what is happening, and creating kind of that motivation for everyone.
Thank you. I really like that example. Yeah. Varun, let's get your perspectives. What are some of the strategies that you've seen used quite successfully?
Yeah, look, I think folks have covered largely all the things that we try and put at play to make sure we don't get into challenges down the road. Resourcing is a key one. Getting the right experienced people into the game is another one. Accountability is interesting one. I think Robert brought up some very interesting points around the operating model and why that is important. For example, how after a transaction, how not just the CEO would speak to CEO, but also how the head of finance would speak to the head of finance, and what could the reporting lines there would be, what the roles and responsibilities there would be. So not ignoring the, while business is important, but not ignoring the corporate side of things, and making sure you look at integration from a holistic, full organization perspective is key. Maybe one cheesy one I'll add as my input to the discussion is, do not think of integration as a post-closing exercise. Think of integration at DD stage and maybe even before DD, to make sure you're actually building the plan as you're doing the DD and knowing a bit more about the organization, the people, the subtleties as the DD is going. Otherwise, if you start thinking about integration planning after you close, then you're just fielding, you're not solving problems. You just be fielding from that point on. It's a very slippery slope. And so anyways, I'm surprised I'm the only one saying it. I thought it would have been said, but that's the easiest one to call out. So think about integration earlier.
That's a great one. Yeah. Deutsche, how about you?
So 3 things, building on what Varun said. We have integration playbook, which is updated every time we do a deal. We throw out bad ideas, we put in new learnings, and it is actually a document that goes as part of our duty, and it never gets ignored. In fact, often our duty work gets derailed because somebody hasn't paid attention to something inside the integration playbook, because they probably thought, often it's new folks, right, who think, integration, we'll deal with that later. So that's number 1. Number 2, I think the folks running the deals are often filled with adrenaline, with either happiness, unhappiness, worry, lots of emotions. I found important thing to do now is try to have somebody on the team in the duty, pre-due and pre-integration team, who always seeks to clarify, because we often think the other person knows what we're talking about. There was a deal that we were looking at, and it was they were in a sector that we were not familiar with. Same business, but different sector. And it was everyone, we said, let's leave them alone. They know exactly how to make money in that area. So let's leave them alone. I don't know for how long, for at least for 1 year. And it was easy for everyone to say, yeah, okay, got it. Soon you start to see things sneaking in, like, so I do HR too, right? So like, yeah, let's make sure that the job grades are aligned. No, we said leave them alone. But surely we need that. We'll leave them alone for these things, yeah, but not this. So if we hadn't clarified, these things would have turned out. So just make sure you have someone just keeps asking the stupid questions so that you get everything down on a piece of paper. I think the third one, Prita said very, very well. So I also run marketing and comms, and with the deals that come my way, 4 years ago when I first joined Certis, comms was when the deal was getting done, then I get bugged with it, right? Boy, now it's like, can we start drafting statements and employee comms, etc., even in the in duty stage, because we want to know how it looks like, and we cannot figure out how it looks like to the staff, to the employees, to the market, to the customers. maybe we have missed something. And so the comms is hugely important for us to plan for it early. Yeah.
Yeah, and other great suggestions. So thank you for sharing. Any final thoughts, Robert, before we open up to some questions?
Sure, I'll just do a quick one. So again, the leadership, I will emphasize the IMO leadership. You probably want to put the most senior that you can staff into the leadership of the IMO office. That person need to have not only leadership skill, but really have the experience to be able to manage all the relationships among the functions and the targets and so forth. So that's a very critical one. And I don't want to spend too much time to expand on, but I think that's a lot of lessons learned that we have seen in many cases. And second is the training, communication and training. So what I mean by that is, since the resource has always been the issue, you will see that no matter how you can staff at the beginning, you will see people leaving, you have see people moving around. And so getting people trained, get them to be on the same page. Don't assume they know what they're supposed to do, right? So this is true for both the acquirer as well as on the target side, the functional team on the target side. So really do good training, maybe checking monthly and where you are on that. And then that would make sure your project can move on very much smoother than the other way around. And third, I would say the lessons learned. So, we mentioned one of the guests, the panelists mentioned about playbook. Yes, that's very, very, very helpful actually. But one, we also need to build in the lessons learned into that playbook, and not only build in, but also actually executing the learnings, right? We're not just put it on the paper. We actually need to do something about it. So that's what we really want to emphasize, the lessons learned. So you actually, once you learn that, you'll change it, maybe next month, rather than next project, right? So that's, I want to emphasize that. Anyway, so back to you, Drew.
Thanks for sharing all your great perspectives. So Akanksha, maybe I know we have a few minutes left. Are there any, pressing questions that we can get the panel to address?
Sure, Dhruv. So we do have a question. I'll just show that on stage. So the question is that, are there any key human factor best practices during an M&A integration?
I think we did address some of this through the session. There's actually a lot of human factors, right? I think for all of us that are doing deals, while you're buying maybe assets, you still need people to run those assets. And so in my view, everything has a human factor to it, understanding who you're negotiating with, understanding, how you're going to work with the other parties. So we talked about culture, we talked about spending time in building retention strategies, spending time in building your communications plans. Panel, is there anything, that you'd want to sort of highlight here?
If I can jump in quickly. So I think the human factor is the most critical. If, in pretty much every product you see, the human side, the soft side, we call it, I think should be the number one of anybody's mind. And you need to create the trust. You need to not just to, understand the culture. You really need to creating the trust and be able to communicate, in a way that both sides understand. So yeah, the human factor is very, very critical. And in our case, we a lot of time we use local people. We so-called, like if you, even in the same country, like in the big, as big as in China, every province have their own subculture. So we would send in people that's really local and then be able to communicate much better than people from other cities. So, and obviously for, cross-border, you really need to have the local resource to help out. A lot better, a lot easier to create trust. And then later on, you could move, transition to other team. But at the beginning, you really want to address that upfront. So,
yeah.
Back to you, Joel. Yeah.
Thank you. Could probably move to the next question.
Yeah. So the next question is that how important it is to have a post-merger operating model in place before closing, especially when bigger companies acquire relatively smaller companies.
Great. Varun, maybe do you want to address this? I think, if I remember correctly, two of us had a discussion about how earlier companies maybe had one integration approach which is fully integrate, but over time people have understood that there's varying degrees of integration. You could focus on front office, back office, middle office. You want to just take this one?
I'll take a stab at it and try to keep it brief, because I'm sure other panelists will have a view as well. So look, I think large company buying a smaller company, assuming it is in the same sector, I think the op model discussion and decision is quite straightforward. It is basically full assimilation. I don't know how many of you are Star Trek fans, but think of the Borg and think about full assimilation there. If you buy a 10-member team that comes with 7 engineers, 2 front office people, 1 corporate finance person, then these people just get sucked into our respective BUs or corporate functions. Not much to think about in terms of op model. Now, if you're doing a step out transaction, which is a transaction where you've never had an experience in a sector or getting into a country which you don't have a presence in, or you're doing a transaction which is in a similar sector where you have presence, but it is a large scale transaction, I think then the post-merger op model discussion becomes really material and important one to solve. And that's where I think it really goes down to making sure you have a very clearly defined strategic rationale on why you did the deal, and your post-merger op model will help you set it up for success. One quick example there. For example, if you're entering a sector, let's say a fully tech company getting into a very traditional sector, traditional business, I think a full assimilation model will set you up for failure. Really think about what you want to achieve there. And if the achievement is creating value at the intersection of both businesses, then just focus on that. Don't go into corporate assimilation and full-scale rationalization of corporate functions, because that's not where the value is. The value is trying to leverage the strength of both the organizations and trying to create something good together. So 1 and 1 become 11, not 2, or in some cases 1.5. So maybe that's where I'll leave it back to the panelists as well, because I think this is a very, very important topic which all of us actually have touched upon in some shape or form.
Yeah, great. Anybody else wants to answer this or add on to what Varun said?
Perhaps I can just add a couple of points. I completely agree. And I think whatever the integration model is, there needs to be clarity. And again, coming to my earlier point, clarity often requires a lot of work and preparation so that you understand each other and you have a common understanding as well. And you're not making, how would I say it, assuming anything that hasn't been discussed. So early joint planning is important. Of course, you can't jump the gun. You can't have, you can't start implementing a lot of things before you have closed, but you can do a lot of joint planning in whether it's acquisition or joint venture or merger. And to get to that clarity as early as possible requires a lot of work and it takes time. So I really advise companies looking into acquisition start integration planning early on and all of those discussions.
Yeah, it's often the first question I ask a client when we even get into a due diligence. I says, what is your post-close plan, right? Because that's also going to shape how you do due diligence, right? So I think it is extremely important to have that very early on. This has been great. I really enjoyed speaking to you all. I know we are sort of out of time. Thank you so much for participating today and sharing all your insights. Hope the audience also enjoyed the discussion.
So I think that it was a phenomenal discussion. Thanks to Tan Through for moderating the panel. A big thank you to all our panelists for the remarkable discussion. We would now have a short break and we would get back at 1:45 p.m. CET for our fourth and the very last round of panel discussion on the topic, cross-border M&A transactions from a different perspective, current trends and challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to meet all of you.
Likewise. Thank you. Bye.
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 We would now begin with our fourth panel discussion on the topic, cross-border M&A transactions from a different perspective, current trends and challenges. Conrad F. Titers will be moderating the panel. Our guest speakers for this panel discussion are Anjali Sivaramakrishnan, Anirvan Sen, Jeff Desroches, and Siddharth Osman. Also, please feel free to share any questions that you may have in the Q&A box, and our panelists will be happy to address them. Over to you, Conrad.
Thank you so much for the intro. Short intro saves us time, right? We want to conclude the session on time. And again, what you just said is important for all of the participants. You can always, during our discussion, come up with a question either in the chat or ideally in the Q&A button that you can see on the right-hand side. And I will then follow and probably stop the panel and take your question. So let's start with the introduction. Before I'm going to give a quick intro into what you're going to hear later on. My name is Conrad Titers. I'm a Mercer consultant. I'm a partner since 2007 in M&A. I'm currently leading our global commercial M&A business worldwide. And my pleasure is to talk to you today about the trends and challenges in the industry and also the markets where we can see after a record year last year, M&A activity. And we will do deeper dives in several topics on that. But before I'm going to continue, Anjali, do you want to introduce yourself to the audience as well? Anjali is on mute. Anjali? Probably Siddharth. Why don't you continue?
Sure. Thanks, Conrad. I'm Siddharth Bhasin. I'm a partner at Latham & Watkins. I'm based in Singapore. Previously worked in New York and Hong Kong, all throughout doing sort of M&A, cross-border M&A and private equity. I must say I'm a self-professed deal junkie. I love all aspects of deal making, from acting as a connector to finding sort of win-win ways to bridge gaps on M&A transactions. Very excited to be here and looking forward to the discussion today.
Excellent. Thanks, Siddharth. Based in Singapore, but currently in India, right?
That's correct.
Excellent. So, Anirvan, do you want to continue?
Sure. Hi, I'm Anirvan Sen. I'm the CEO of Fifth Chrome. We are a boutique consulting company specializing in business strategy advisory and training. Our specializations include the entire lifecycle M&A, but focusing more on the M&A integration side of things. I've been involved in deals for the last 25 years across the geographies, across the price range, large deals back in GE, but also some of the mid-size and smaller deals. And I've been involved in setting up private equities and working very closely with transaction advisors, currently based in Amsterdam, originally sort of Indo-Bangladeshi in origin. And I've lived in different parts of the world, including China and Singapore. So that's me. And I'm delighted to be part of the discussion today.
Excellent. Look forward to the conversation. So, Jeff, do you want to introduce yourself as well to the audience?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for letting me participate. My name is Jeff DeRoche. I'm VP of Strategy and Corporate Development for VAT Group. VAT is the leading vacuum valve manufacturer in the world, primarily in the semiconductor industry, but also other industrial manufacturing, scientific and R&D applications. I've been doing M&A for corporate development activities for about 15 years or so. and typically full life cycle, everything from strategy development through deal origination to deal closing and integration as well. And I've always really enjoyed the field, the topic. It's very exciting, and again, I appreciate the ability to participate in the discussion.
No, excellent. Very welcome. And with your broad responsibility, I'm pretty sure people are very interested to hear from you. Anjali, you finally made it, as I can see. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, now it's much better. Perfect. Would you like to quickly introduce yourself to the audience?
Absolutely. So it's a pleasure for me to be with such an august audience and having such fantastic and eminent panelists. I'm delighted to be here. I'm Anjali Sivaramakrishnan, Managing Partner of Kocher & Co. Dubai. And I have about 20 years of experience advising clients on M&A, both inbound and outbound, in India as well as the Middle East.
Excellent. Almost everywhere in the world. And we look forward to hearing from you about your perspective on where deals will crystallize in the upcoming year. And which gets us already into the topic of our today's conversation. We're going to talk about, as to where, in terms of the markets, after the record year last year, where will you see the deal space being very active, as well as the sectors, right? What can we learn from you about the sectors that you see forthcoming? And then also talking about the trends and challenges which are shaping kind of the global market for M&A. We try to wear a global mask, right? However, we will certainly be able to drill down into markets, into specific topics as we go along. So, Siddharth, may we ask you, after the record year in M&A last year, or one of the record years, everybody is asking what's next, right? While we see an increase in deal making, is broad-based sectors and industries be kind of the trend, or is it a little bit more narrowed down? Which sectors are you seeing in focus in the coming year, in the current year?
Sure. Thanks, Conrad. I think, as you mentioned, I think 2021 was probably an unprecedented year for M&A activity globally, including in the APAC region. And it's a fair question, right? Is that sustainable going forward? What is 2022 going to look like? There are clearly some headwinds that we are seeing even early on in 2022, including sort of geopolitical environment, concerns around debt levels in China, what have you, the ongoing COVID pandemic, because that's also clearly not over yet. But I should say that many of the same tailwinds that we saw in 2021 continue to exist in 2022. Including sort of the liquidity and the capital availability that will most likely drive the activity levels of 2022 as well. And at least I'm an eternal optimist, and I feel that 2022 is still going to be a very robust year for deal activity across the board. Now, sort of getting into a bit more specifics, Conrad, to your question on trends and themes, I would say, broadly speaking, I feel there are 5 sort of broad sectors that will drive a lot of the activity in this part of the world and perhaps globally as well. The first is private capital. Private capital is not just private equity, it's sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, infrastructure funds, what have you. So it's a very broad category of capital. But as the audience might already know, there is well over $1 trillion worth of dry powder in the private equity space as of now. And this is not taking into account sort of the SPACs that have been listed. If you club that in, it's even a larger amount than that. So we will see the private capital side of things leading the charge in M&A activity across the board this year. The second sector that I'd like to point out is tech. Tech was extremely busy in 2021. I think it will remain a busy sector in 2022 as well. Just given sort of what we've gone through and continue to go through, I think businesses are recognizing the importance of digital transformation, and they're focusing on securing technology and talent, which we'll speak to more later on, to speed their growth. So that's an area I feel we'll continue to see activity in. Pharmaceutical is the third one. Naturally, it's captured a lot of sort of attention during the pandemic, but more specifically, I think biotech and digital healthcare are two sectors where we continue to see activity in 2022 as well. The fourth sort of trend or theme would be in the energy and infrastructure space, including digital infrastructure, which is really data centers, fiber, telco assets, and what have you. I think we'll see a lot of activity in this sector, especially in emerging markets in sort of Asia and the Middle East, and in the renewable space, particularly driven by the focus on ESG and energy transition and net zero targets, which is something we're going to discuss later on as well. And the last sort of theme I want to just touch upon briefly is carve-outs. Given the pandemic and what we've sort of seen over the last couple of years, companies and businesses are increasingly focusing on their core activities and exiting businesses that are not delivering growth. So what this is going to result in is an increase in carve-outs and asset sales. So I think that's another theme trend that we will see active in 2022.
Yeah, so you see a continuation of the carve. In 2021 there was already a massive wave of carve-outs, of big carve-outs.
Yeah.
You will see that in the medical industry and what have you. So you will see. Okay, that's super interesting. Anjali, anything you want to add? I see you're nodding.
Yes. So I think I tend to agree with what Siddharth has mentioned. And we've had a similar experience both in the UAE as well as in India. So we found UAE to have the most volume of transactions in 2021. And looking at the current environment, in our experience, UAE will continue to be the front runner for M&A and private equity activity. In terms of deal volume, we saw the most active sector in 2021 to be oil and gas and the energy sector, followed by chemicals and technology. Technology is everywhere nowadays. We've also witnessed in the Middle East a lot of consolidation of the banking sector. And some of the largest transactions and consolidation of banks have been in the UAE. And that's a trend that we think will continue because there are also obviously many, many large banks than the demand for the banking. M&A activity in 2022, again, in terms of sectors, I feel it's going to be focused on the government-related entity investments, which is, of course, the foray of M&A activity in the Middle East. A lot of restructuring and digital transformation of businesses. This could be across sectors, so health tech, biotech, ed tech, fintech. We've seen a number of transactions in all of these sectors. In terms of the private sector, we've also seen and we feel that there will be an overriding focus on digitalization to match the new remote working. So irrespective of the size of the business or the industry, there's been a very big shift on technology to ease the working of businesses. Moving to India, again, thanks to COVID, this led to a universal acceleration of adoption of digital tools and services. And like I mentioned, we saw several transactions, not just investments, but also exits were delivered to private equity investors across the technology space, including clean energy, real estate tech, e-commerce, ed tech, and fintech. And we feel that in the Indian market, the exit is going to continue. So there are several large e-commerce players that are eyeing for the IPO. So a lot of the large private equity FDI investors into India are expecting to receive exits in 2022. In 2021, we also saw several large companies doing outbound M&A activity. And that's something that I feel will continue across 2022.
Okay, so now you're going already, in the direction of my next question. Where do you see the growth happening in terms of M&A activities, be it acquisitions, probably also more so divestitures, IPOs, etc.? You talked about UAE and India. Do you see any other markets globally where this kind of could be also a trend that we're going to see many more transactions happening? Now you're frozen, Anjali.
Yeah, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
So I think when I talk about UAE, because I'm based in the UAE, but I think we've seen a similar trend. IPOs as well as strategic transactions, consolidations, and restructuring across the GCC. So Saudi had several transactions. We saw transactions in Egypt. We saw transactions in Qatar happening. So I think the Middle East has been very active. And I'm sure Siddharth can add as far as Asia is concerned. But I do know of other jurisdictions which have provided exits to private equity investors in a significant way.
Yeah. Siddharth?
Yeah, maybe just really quickly on Asia, Conrad. It's a slightly mixed bag in Asia, right? Starting with China, I think China is facing some concerns, or the investors rather are concerned about sort of debt levels, especially in the banking sector that I mentioned. Then there's also the government crackdown on some of the sectors and companies that have spooked investors. But having said that, we're still seeing investments continue to flow into China. On the outbound side, the US market continues to be challenging for various reasons to Chinese companies, but what it has resulted in is a shift in the capital outflows. So we are seeing a lot of regions like Southeast Asia, India, Africa, Latin America, benefiting from the outflows from China. Japan is interesting. We're actually seeing a pretty interesting uptick in inbound activity in Japan, especially the private equity side and the energy renewable side. So that's interesting. And we expect to see that as a theme for 2022. And outbound Japan has always been strong, so that will remain robust into the US including. And Southeast Asia is a bit of a mixed bag. Indonesia, Philippines have recently sort of come up with many investor-friendly regulations to attract foreign investment. So I think regionally as well, we'll see a robust deal activity into Southeast Asian regions as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I think, Jeff, you could add to what we heard about the GCE and Asian perspective. Can you talk a little bit about what you see in the more Western-oriented world?
Yeah, sure. I think, and I think I agree with everything that Siddharth and Anjali said. And so the bias is towards, I think, a very strong 2022 and in the next couple of years. It certainly M&A activity looks strong, and there's a lot of dry powder and so on, and all those dynamics are still, I think, still there. I would mention that I think in the context of this kind of conversation, looking forward, that we really need to also talk about some of the headwinds that are affecting just the global dynamic. And obviously, everyone's aware of the tensions, with Ukraine and Russia, so that plays into it. And we've seen the market react pretty dramatically over the past. It's just increased volatility in general. But I think, just economically speaking, you've seen a dramatic rise in inflation, certainly in the U.S., and I think that's global to some extent. There's supply chain challenges in almost all industries. Certainly, it's hit the ones that I'm closest to quite dramatically. And then from an indicator standpoint, and again, I see the U.S. a little bit more closely, but the U.S. Treasury yield curve, the ISM, the production index and demand indexes are all showing signs that historically have been sort of predecessors to recessions. And of course, if there's a recession in the U.S., then that obviously has a global impact. So anyway, I don't mean to be a naysayer. I agree that the bias is towards the growth. I just wanted to balance it a little bit, maybe with some of the headwinds that I think the industry is going to see as well.
Yeah, Jeff, that would be a big headwind, right? You are kind of painting at the moment. Hopefully, we don't get there, but again, it certainly it needs to be acknowledged, right?
I hope that's not true.
No, let's fingers crossed. Anirvan, what's your perspective?
Sure. I think as soon as we kind of coming out of the COVID and after 2 years with the Russia-Ukraine crisis, it has shown that we're going to see more uncertainties in the future than we ever did before, right? So the global supply chain impact is going to be there. The second thing, which Russia-Ukraine sort of crisis has, and I'm going to focus on that primarily, is it's shown how vulnerable company dynamics can be and linked to geopolitical scenario, right? So pullout of so many Western companies out of the Russian market is a big sign. And unfortunately, in the past, when Western companies would pull out, there would be a vacuum which could not be easily filled. But nowadays, there are other companies that can easily fill in the gap that's been created by the companies that are withdrawing, right? So direct impact is going to be there on the energy, oil and gas sector for sure, worldwide, because Russia is a key player in the oil and gas and energy sector. It doesn't matter where you are, whether it's Venezuelan oil, or whether it's Nigerian oil or Saudi oil, wherever you are, there is going to be an impact. That's for sure. Which is why the number of M&As and consolidations are likely to go into a wait and watch mode than to actually go through. The second thing is, and which a lot of people are aware of, at the same time a lot of people are not aware, is high-tech industry. A lot of the back office actually is in Russia and Ukraine. So while India provides the kind of the middle office or the back office, a lot of the leading edge technology, software development, technology development was taking place in Eastern Europe, Russia, and the so-called the CIS, right? That is going to definitely be another sector that is going to be impacted. And the last one is the cash mobility or the cash flow. So while I'm pretty certain that it is going to have impact on the European M&A scene for sure. Over the next few months, it is going to be a verge of caution that it's going to go into, and it's going to have an impact, whether we like it or not.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for this point. And you brought Ukraine and Russia, the current situation, into the mix. And again, you're right, the Ukraine. I've been working with a big software organization in the past there as well. And again, all of them are impacted. I'm talking to the head of Corp Dev, what his daily life is. He's no longer in the office, for sure. He's dealing with other things, which will impact certainly the technology sector, definitely. So I think this is kind of our intro to talk about the trends in terms of sectors and markets. Now let's talk about the current trends and challenges shaping the global market. And we have a couple of perspectives here on divestitures, demergers, and so on. Regulatory is going to be one of the topics we will be discussing. Supply chain is a topic, ESG. And lastly, we're going to focus on human capital and culture. So the first kind of question is, has already been mentioned by the panel, by you guys a couple of times, divestitures, demergers, right? At the outset of the pandemic, cash-rich organizations, the bigger organizations, they had less of a trouble to actually get access to capital to actually get some divestitures done. In contrast to smaller, less efficient competitors. Do you see this trend continuing, that it's for the smaller organizations more difficult to get access to capital, that the bigger organizations will continue? It has already been mentioned beforehand. Can you talk a little bit about that as to how you see that play out this year? Anirvan.
Sure, yeah. So I'm going to take that question and divide it into sort of two parts. One is the availability of cash. Keeping aside the current scenarios, whether it's pandemic or the Russian-Ukraine crisis, there is actually the amount of cash that's available in the market, the liquidity that's available in the market. It's been never there. When I say never there, meaning the last few years, there's been a lot of money available in the market. And so that you pointed it out, so whether it's private equities or financial institutes, pension funds, as well as SPACs, there is no dearth of liquidity. The problem is getting the right opportunity to invest. So that's there. The divestiture and carve-outs, I think prior to the pandemic, we saw larger companies like General Electric, like Philips, like Siemens. They actually had those carve-outs taking place, move away from the non-core or the assets that are making money for the business. Let's sell them, generate some cash, and let's use that cash to feed into the other business. The challenge over the last few years have been that we've got these startup scale-ups that have started challenging even the conventional industries like banking, like insurance. These companies do not care what size or color of your organization is, right? It doesn't matter whether you're a large bank, you have lots of money. I'm still a challenger digital bank, and I'm going to challenge you in every sense of the word, right? So which means that now all of a sudden the shareholders want you to start priming yourself and take out components or assets or companies or part of the companies that you can sell. So gone are the days when we're going to see large conglomerates like GE and Philips and Siemens of this world, right? They are likely to be replaced by another behemoths like Amazon's or Apple, but that's a different story. They're still very limited in their focus. The second thing is going to be that there are a lot of companies that are there that have liquidity, that have access to cash, and they would like to buy your carve-outs, right? So while there is a pressure to do more carve-outs, on the other side, there are more buyers that are there in the carve-outs. Pandemic has just accelerated the whole process. It has just pressed the pedal to make it happen. And that's what I would say, that we're going to see a lot more divestitures. Also, I think I would just add to that, and I'm sure Siddharth and Jeff and Anjali would sort of second that, which is in the past when M&A was there, would take place, people or companies would not be aware that when you buy a company, you can also carve out a certain part of the company that you don't need, right?
Yeah.
That acknowledgement, that awareness was not big, especially in the mid segment, the $250 million and lower. That realization was not there. That realization has started coming in the last 5-10 years. And that's, we will see a lot more. For example, the new acquirers, they'll come in and say, by the way, I would want this part of your company, this part of your business, but we need to get rid of that part. And that is more likely to happen in the near future. So those were my, that's my input. Yeah.
Your 5 cents. Thank you, Anirvan.
My 5 cents. Yeah.
Yeah. Jeff, what's your perspective on this?
Yeah, no, I think those are all very good points. I know I get calls. As a corp dev person in a strategic acquiring type of a business, I get calls a few times a month from private equity and similar shops looking to potentially acquire anything we might want to carve out or divest. And that's been true for a number of years. And excuse me, we don't tend to do much divestiture. So I imagine my colleagues who do have more diverse businesses, larger portfolios, they must be getting deluged. And of course, the timing is quite good. It's a seller's market. So if you're, I think running a healthy portfolio of businesses, you're always going to look at that. What's the still a good strategic fit for us, and what maybe is no longer a good strategic fit. And you want to try to exit those businesses when you can still get value from them, right? Don't run them into the ground as sort of this black sheep of the business, and this is a great time to do that. So I certainly get that, and I think again that's a healthy, normal part of running a business, and the timing is good. And of course, what you'd like to do is then take that capital, reallocate it towards another vector that you can then grow in. And in our industry, just a recent example in the semiconductor, mostly semiconductor industry, was Brooks Automation, and you can easily Google that if you're not familiar with it. But they made a very, very big shift over the past few years from focusing on semiconductor into focusing on life science by selling off and spinning off some large parts of the business. In fact, what was at one point the majority of the business. I'm not saying everyone should do something maybe quite as drastic as that, but I think it's an interesting example of a really just a large refocus in terms of what they think the best strategic growth opportunities are going forward.
No, excellent, and this is a very good perspective on your experience, and from a kind of corp dev as well as corporate strategy and investors' perspective. We did not yet talk about activist investors. Anirvan, you talked about it. Not really. You didn't use the word. Did you think about it at that time, where you told us about your perspective on investors? How active do you see them? I know that, Jeff, that they are very active in the US, but they are also now extending their level of activity globally. So who wants to cover this kind of question?
Yeah, Karl, I was actually going to raise exactly that point from an Asia perspective, right? To your point, I think the activism in the US is, I would say, back to the pre-pandemic levels, right? It's fully on again. What's interesting is that we are seeing sort of glimpses of it in the Asian market as well. Nowhere close to sort of the type of shareholder activism that you see in the US and perhaps Western Europe, but in markets like Hong Kong, for instance, right, where they have a more robust capital markets, we are sort of starting to see shareholder activism also play a part in how boards look at creating shareholder value by divesting non-core businesses and what have you. So I think it's a very interesting time to keep track of that and see how that impacts how boards and companies react to divestitures and asset sales, given the pressures from shareholders. So I would say it's a nascent market in Asia, but definitely something that we are beginning to see now.
Excellent. Now, let's turn the page. Okay, Anirvan, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I just one more point that I wanted to add on the shareholder activism. So, if you roll back the clock like 20 years or 15 years back, right, some of these larger companies, and the fact that I worked with General Electric for 16 years makes it, I can get out of G, but G can't get out of me, kind of thing, right? So, very deeply ingrained. So what we used to see is we used to say we are there in the business of making money and to support shareholders. All right, we are there to make profits for the shareholders, right? That motto, that mantra has changed, because right now, likes of Amazon and Apple do not talk about their shareholders only. They talk about user experience, customer experience, etc. So there is going to be a battle between what the shareholders want and what your customers want. And that is going to be a very, very interesting space, especially in the digital technology space, which has got a huge engagement with users and consumers. So that's just something that I wanted to add.
Excellent. Anjali, I know that you did witness a big blow up in India, right? Because of activist investing.
That's right.
Can you tell us about that?
So I think we have, all of us together as humans, have technology to thank, because as Jeff and Siddharth mentioned, the activism is at its peak in the United States, and that's where everybody's learning, because now, because of the internet, everybody has started getting access to what's happening across the globe. And that's exactly what happened in Satyam, one of the big IT companies in India. And this is about 15, maybe 18 years back, where they took a very large piece of a divestment. So they were trying to carve out a business, entire business unit, and there were objections raised by the shareholders. They did not let that transaction go through. They filed FIRs, which are criminal proceedings against the promoters. And that's how one of the largest IT conglomerates actually came down. The government stepped in. And then, of course, there's a long story which everybody can read. But the point I'm trying to drive home is that shareholder activism can make and break companies.
Yeah.
And Conrad, I know we're running short on time, but just one additional point on the shareholder activism, especially in the Asian context, is SPACs, right? With sort of the number of SPACs that are scouting for targets in Asia, what that would result is in when they de-SPAC, these Asian companies becoming listed in the US. And that's where sort of the shareholder activism is sort of more active, right? And that's going to impact how these businesses that have just become public in the US markets behave and react to shareholder activism. So I think that's another area to watch where it might be impacted in Asia.
Thank you very much. And we have our first question, guys, right? May I just read it to you? Okay, thank you very much. So how do you see technology aiding and supporting the complex dynamics and streamlining the overall high-stakes M&A industry landscape? So technology and the role of it, it will have on the M&A industry and this landscape. And we talked a little bit about technology in the beginning. So Anirvan, are you happy to take this question?
Sure. Yeah. No. Absolutely. And just before I did that, Siddharth and SPAC, one thing we need to be careful about, or we need to be cautious about, is SPAC was heavily, or there was a lot of Russian money involved in SPACs, and that's something that is going to not be available in the near future. So we need to keep that in mind. Back to this one. Let's take this question and break it down into two parts. One is technology aiding the process of M&A lifecycle itself, right? So whether it's project management tools or whether it's collaboration tools, and I think we're going to see a lot more of this, in the near future. In a MergerWare, obviously, is a great example of one of the tools that can be used. And because this program is sponsored by MergerWare, we could take their names and not take the others. But that's there. I think with respect to the industry, a lot of companies, pandemic has shown their digital deficiency. And that is where they would be looking at upgrading their capabilities to become more technologically agile and more digital. And I think this is where we're going to see definitely the number of M&As increase. And I think, Siddharth, you already mentioned about that, and Jeff as well. With respect to if technology can support complex dynamics and streamlining, apart from, let's say, virtual data rooms and project management, and I don't still see the role of AI that big in the deals, because a lot of the information around deals is still very discrete and not available in the public domain, and therefore AI needs those. So that would be my take, that we still need that human intervention when it comes to the complexity of high stakes M&A industry. But can we facilitate the process with technology? Yes. Is the technology a sector where M&A is going to increase? The answer is yes. But will it help in the decision making? The jury is out. I would still say wait and see.
It still requires a human digital interaction, right? That's probably more focus on human when it comes down to decision making on that. No, thank you very much for taking this question. So which gets us to the next topic, regulatory scrutiny and potential hurdles that companies might be facing. If a company cannot gain approval, if it's a multi-country cross-border transaction and you cannot get approval in several markets, would you see an opportunity, or I wouldn't say opportunity, however, that the M&A activity will be more pushed down to a local level rather than buying companies that have a multi-country presence? So probably Siddharth and Jeff, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, Siddharth. Sure. Yeah, happy to go first. Yes, no. So I think it's an interesting topic, Conrad, because what the pandemic has sort of resulted in is that there's now an increased concern around national self-reliance, supply chain dependencies, and all of this sort of overlays the shifting geopolitical climate as well, which has sort of started to manifest in regulatory concerns around M&A activities, right? And you correctly pointed out these challenges on cross-border deals in particular. I think the two areas where this does come up and is we are seeing that as being a challenge for cross-border deals is FDI regimes across multiple countries, jurisdictions globally, and merger control. Having said that, I think that the way the M&A landscape has evolved and is evolving, I don't see that you would see companies only resorting to sort of domestic M&A activity. I think it may be a bit more regional, perhaps not 17 countries or what have you. But despite the challenges, I don't think cross-border M&A is going away anytime soon. I think you need to have cross-border M&As for all of the reasons that we discussed earlier as well. But it is definitely more challenging now. And this especially given the geopolitical overlay to things. It's not as simple as back in the day when boards could be thinking about merger control, that, we'll just divest this part of the business or have behavioral changes there and we'll get clearances. It's no longer as simple as that, right? There are a lot more uncertainties in the market. So you need to have a well thought out plan A as well as a contingency plan B on how you address these challenges going forward.
Well, that's crystal clear. Jeff, what's your perspective on this? Thank you, Siddharth.
Yeah, Siddharth hits on really, I think, the main point, and I would call it an elephant in the room with respect to regulatory, but it's really in your face very much so these days. Where in the past when you're considering an acquisition, cross-border acquisition, one that was going to require regulatory approval, met those thresholds. You would typically look at market shares and look at potential for anti-competitive behavior and monopolistic concerns and things like that, and that would take the forefront. That is still obviously a major issue, but honestly, the geopolitical tensions, I think, really need to be addressed up front when you're considering a deal that may have those implications. And we've seen, we have ample evidence of that already globally. So. There's the tension between countries aspect, but then there's also the supply chain, the drive towards bringing a lot of different supply chains to indigenous situations, right? That is, there was a recent example where Germany wouldn't approve of, they didn't decline it, they just didn't respond to an acquisition of a German silicon wafer manufacturer, which is an important part, obviously, of making computer chips, by a Taiwanese company. Now, that's not a Chinese company, but okay, well, that's maybe one aspect of the concern, but also it could be as simple as Germany would prefer not to allow an important component of the supply chain for semiconductor to move offshore. In fact, just the opposite, they would prefer to have more onshore. So I think these aspects are really something to consider, because you can spend a lot of time and money on a deal well before you get. Typically regulatory approval occurs after you've already signed the deal and you haven't closed, and it's just a closing contingency, right? It needs much more attention than that earlier on in the process. Now, there was just one more quick example where in 2021 China didn't even respond to Applied Materials attempted acquisition of Kokusai, which is, again, big equipment makers, important equipment makers in the semi industry. Applied had to pay $150 million termination fee. So, that's some serious money. And not to mention all the time and attention they paid before that. So, just a few things to consider. I think it's really interesting time with respect to regulatory.
No, again, thank you very much for your perspectives. It's always an issue. It can be an issue. Frequently, it's not, but it's certainly a topic to be taken into consideration and to be observed. Anirvan, you mentioned supply chain, and Jeff, you mentioned supply chain as well. Do you see any trends, coming down the road on the supply chain? I'm thinking about, acquisitions of technology companies that are specialized in supply chain technology, and also on data and analytics in that space. Do you see any kind of trends coming down the road on that front?
Yeah, I think the last, if you look at the last, let's say 20, 30 years, maybe 40 years, we saw that China became sort of the back office factory for the world. It literally became that, right? And then over the last 10, 15 years, the sort of US-China trade war and the crisis meant that companies started looking at alternative places from where to source the material, right? So that is definitely going to speed up. People are going to hedge their supply chain bets. Pandemic has just accelerated it again, as I said earlier. So we're going to see a lot more supply chain being managed from other parts. Technology is going to play a huge role, because again, it's the likes of blockchain and the origin source and all that stuff. More companies are going to talk about that for sure. So technology is going to play a role. There is going to be a geopolitical movement there. But more importantly, I think what's also going to happen is, and we already see this in the US, there is this, I think it's Tesla who's invested a huge amount of money in Texas. Samsung is investing huge amounts. So they are bringing in manufacturing sort of back into the US. to essentially hedge their supply chain bets. They don't want to be held hostage with trade wars, and that's something that we definitely will see. How much of that is going to show up in Europe, I'm not sure yet. I think we will see some of that, but how big or small that's going to be a question for sure.
Anirvan, Intel just announced a big investment in Germany, in chip fabs in Germany. So I think
there you go.
Just as one example, just on your last point there.
Yeah. So guys, and by the way, Tesla just opened up a new car, production facility in Berlin.
Was dancing, yeah.
De-risking a bit, right? And by the way, we have a very interesting question in the chat. Can you quickly show it on screen? What do you feel about the long-term impact of the ongoing military, socio-economic conflicts happening globally on M&A cross-border landscape? That's a very relevant and current question. Jeff, do you have an opinion on that?
I think we've certainly touched on a lot of those aspects. I mean, I was mentioning the regulatory impact. I think that the long-term impact of sort of the short-term military activity probably, maybe it doesn't really manifest itself quite in long-term impacts on M&A, but the global tensions that it creates or that precipitated that military activity, that has really significant impacts. I've typically been with, or at least in recent years, I've been with companies that have been international. My current company is based in Switzerland. Previous company was in Sweden. These are non-NATO countries. So if you're looking at acquiring part of a business, for example, or the whole business that is in a NATO country, and there's some aspect perhaps of defense or even high tech or anything that's considered competitively sensitive or nationalistically sensitive, really, you could really run into some resistance for that part of the business. So it's definitely something to again to keep in mind, not just from a regulatory, but even just from a cultural standpoint. How eager will once that company is acquired by by a foreign entity, how eager will the business partners be to continue the current situation, the employees, and so on. So there's some interesting topics to consider.
Oh, thank you very much for covering that.
Yeah.
So
Conrad, if I could add, because I was reading the question, it talks about the long-term impact versus the near-term or the short-term. In the short-term, we're definitely going to see, but in the longer term, I don't think there's going to be that dramatically a different way of doing things. And the reason why I say this is because, yes, in the Western world, we say, oh my God, it's happened in the Western world. But conflicts have been there, whether it's Afghanistan or Iraq or Iran, it's been Syria, it's been there. Civil wars in Latin America or Africa, it's been there. Has that made a difference? It depends on how big or small the country is in terms of global supply chain and what's their contribution. But even then, the contribution of Ukraine to the global supply chain was actually, Iraq had a bigger contribution to the global supply chain than Ukraine has. I don't know the numbers, but I think that was what the scenario is. So in the longer term, Ukraine probably is going to become a higher risk country from an investment perspective than it was in the past. Russia may also become a higher risk country. Are we going to see a lot more investments in Poland or in Hungary or in Romania? I doubt that. Not because there is a war, but because is there an industry that wants to invest in those countries in the first place? And if the answer is not really, then what has dramatically changed due to the conflicts there? So,
yeah, and I just to add to that, not to belabor this question longer, but I think clearly the immediate impact is a humanitarian one, right? It's just absolutely terrible what's happening. Not really to do with deal activity, but just on a humanitarian level, it's completely unconscionable to see what's happening in Ukraine at the moment. The longer term impact, however, I feel is a very complicated question, and there could be long-term impacts on the world economy which we are not fully, which are difficult to fully understand at present. And these could stem from the knock-on effects of the sanctions, which are growing day by day. Food prices. Another interesting development could be sort of energy independence, a move towards renewables. I think that might actually result in M&A activity as well. But these are sort of more longer-term impacts of sort of what's happening right now, which we may not be able to fully sort of appreciate just yet.
Yeah. Well, it makes a lot of sense, and in particular looking at the humanitarian aspects of that, which are terrible. Yeah. So thank you guys. Very, very well addressed and answered, I think. I personally think, hopefully, Vijay as well, the one who asked the question. So let's continue with ESG. Anjali, I'm looking at you here. So ESG is out there for quite some time. Can you talk a little bit how you see companies addressing that during a transaction from early on, the strategic phase, the due diligence, and also then probably later on? And did you already see an organization walking away from a deal because of their scrutiny on environmental, social, and governance aspects? And probably if you could also draw a little bit of a conclusion out of your findings, which topics are focused most? Is it, to my experience, it's environmental, right? Net zero and what have you. The social aspects, so and governance probably as well. So that's a long question. Sorry for that.
Sure. No, thank you so much. So I think I'll answer this question in two parts. I'll first talk about India, and then I'll talk about the UAE. And I'll begin by answering the second part of your question, whether we have actually seen a transaction where the acquirer walked away. And the answer to that question is yes. I'm not going to take names for confidentiality reasons, but this was one of the largest automotive companies of Japan that was looking at taking over 100% acquisition of a motor parts company in Chennai, which is the hub of automotive activity in India. And this was a very long diligence. I think it lasted for over 6 months. Various aspects. It was not just the legal diligence, but the commercial, the operations, and the big red flags were on the environment side. Because obviously the Japanese company had very high standards. They had a very, very long checklist. And I remember we were the counsels for the acquirer. And when we send those questions, that entire questionnaire to the representatives of the target company, they did not even know what it means. So that's, and this is, of course, I'm not going to try and downplay it. This was about 15 years back. So, of course, India has come a full circle, and now companies are much more aware in terms of ESG compliances. In fact, very recently, SEBI has come out with a mandatory ESG filing. So all top 1,000 companies in India are required to publish and report their various standards of ESG compliance, and there are various criteria that have been laid down. But the point I'm trying to drive home is that most people did not take this very seriously. Of course, the West adopted it much, much better than developing countries like India. And there have been not just at the acquisition stage, but post-acquisition. So when you have large foreign companies that are acquiring global companies, so they would have many of the transactions that we assist foreign clients with have a subsidiary in India, which is not a very large part of the deal value, but it's a very large part in terms of the actual people that are based in India. So they either have a back office in India. So therefore, there's a lot of compliance that they are required to look at from an India perspective, and it's less than 5% of the deal value. So it's a really annoying or an irritant as far as global counsel is concerned or the leaders of the M&A is concerned, because it's always India that's being flagged, whether it's a regulatory challenge, whether it's a compliance issue. But yes, we have seen in time, and in fact now many SME companies. So in India, Government of India has brought out a lot of funds where they are doing impact investing. So if certain companies, MSME companies, if they are meeting certain ESG parameters, they can draw the funds from these Government of India sponsored funds. So there is much more awareness of compliance towards ESG. And what that does is, if you get into, as a company, if you get into compliances on the ESG side and you take them very seriously, then you also become a very good target for M&A activity. So it's not something that you're gearing up when the acquirer is looking at you, but you're already prepared. On the flip side, if you come to the UAE, UAE, of course, is VSS is a signatory to many of the international treaties, and they like to follow the West. So a lot of the standards and the norms and the regulations are tabled, and they are formed as per what is done in the US and in England. And that's why the ESG has been adopted, despite being a very small country. It has been adopted very much more favorably, and most companies are very, very much aware of the standards and the compliances. And of course, the laws have pushed that as well. So that's my take on ESG.
No, that's excellent. And we only have a couple of minutes left.
Sure.
If we could move to the last topic that I mentioned in the beginning, which is all about human capital, people, and culture. Anirvan, can you talk a little bit about the importance that you see in the current environment, looking at people, talent and culture, not only looking at the pandemic and the current crisis that we are seeing, but also more in general? What is your experience, and what are organizations doing around that?
Sure. I'll just divide it into three parts. First part is culture is a strong factor when it comes to cross-border transactions. And I was just listening to Anjali, and literally, I actually remembered a few of the transactions that I was involved in. So it's, Japanese have high standards about everything, when it comes to playing by the rule. They've got lots of documentation, etc., whereas Indian companies or Chinese companies, for that matter, may not be as much, right? Many years back, I was involved with an European company trying to buy an asset in Malaysia. It was more to do with cultural clash than anything else, because when I got involved, I was like, what did you expect? This is a Malaysian company, this is the way they operate. If it does not suit you, then it is a cultural difference rather than regulatory or monetary difference. Regulatory difference, ESG differences, absolutely agreed, but it's more cultural minefield. If you can't navigate that, then you should not get into this. So that's number one. Number two is people forget that when large companies buy a small company, culturally they're very different. Large company is all about rule-based command and control, whereas smaller companies tend to be entrepreneurial. They are trying to scale up. They're trying to do more customer acquisition, etc. Whereas large companies, they're trying to stabilize. They're trying to focus internally. They want to increase their profitability. So culturally, they're different, right? The third part I would say is culture is not a single entity, but a combination of several things. And this is something that I teach in my M&A lessons. Culture essentially is made up of geography culture, industry culture, organization culture, team culture, individuals, and then on top of that, you've got competing values. This is what makes a total package of culture. So when people are talking about cultural differences, you need to start with competing values. If the competing values don't match, forget about the culture of individuals on the ground, because they're going to clash. So this is my kind of long and short, because I also want other people to say something as well, but I could go on for hours on this one. This is one of my favorite topics.
Yeah, we have a minute left. Any of you who cannot wait to touch upon culture and the people topic? Jeff, how are you typically looking at this?
yeah, those are all very good points. I'm not sure I can add too much to it, but obviously, when you look at the success rate of M&A activities, it's typically not at the level that people would like it to be. And when you ask practitioners why they think a deal failed, the most common answer tends to be they point to cultural issues. That said, it's not like solving a problem with financial diligence or something, right? I mean, cultural is much harder to get your arms around, and people know it when they see it, kind of a situation. So, but I have seen there's so much attention being paid to that topic, and I think rightly so, because people are trying to figure out better ways to manage the cultural integration of different businesses. And it's not just, by the way, I think Anirvan makes a great point about it's not just different, geographic cultures. It's also size and just the business practices, and within different industries, there can be different cultures. So when I look at culture, I'm thinking in a very broad definition of the word, because any of those aspects can cause post-deal problems, post-closing problems. So.
Excellent. No, thank you very much for this summary. And this is my experience as well. I'm working at the moment on one of the biggest kind of acquisition activities that is going on in the world. And again, we are receiving more and more culture assessment and kind of preparation, post-merger implementation RFPs from clients, which was not normal. Probably from Japan already 15 years back from now when I started, right? But now it has arrived in the US everywhere, in the Middle East, in Europe. And again, it's I call it an archipelago, right? I've been to Indonesia and learned it's many different islands. And Anirvan, you mentioned it and framed it so nicely. No, thank you very, very much for participating. I'm honored to have been now on this panel, to moderate the panel together with you guys. Excellent perspectives. So thank you very, very much. And with this, I think we are ready to close our session.
Thank you.
So that was an amazing discussion. So thanks a ton, Conrad, for moderating. Also, thanks a ton to all the panelists for the thought-provoking discussion. I'm sure that this leaves us with a yearning for more M&A insights. In the year 2022, there is certainly a lot to look up to as an M&A professional. The demand for digital business transformation and innovation seem to be the key driving force for M&A across all industries this year. We also expect the need to stay up with technology and improve efficiency to keep firms running smoothly will continue to be a significant driver of transactions across the board with today's rising workforce. As we progress towards a more contactless society and explore new methods to collaborate corporately from many locations, COVID-19 has also underlined the need of innovation. So with this, we have finally come close to the end of this summit. I'm sure that there have been a lot of takeaways from today's M&A Summit. We would like to thank you very much for attending today's event. I hope that our audience found the summit insightful and also that they found value in hearing from the industry experts and deal makers from around the world. So thanks again, everyone, including our guest speakers, our sponsor, our JMCs, and everyone else who has helped us in making this summit a great success. Thank you again, and we wish you all a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you.
Thanks all. Thanks, Conrad. Thanks for all the panelists.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.